A Fork in the Road, written by Ember Leigh, narrated by Aaron Mallon and Alistair Hainsbridge.
Chapter 1. Jackson. "Jackson Bed, will you marry me?" The frantic question barely reaches me over the clamor in the airport. I've just stepped off the private jet and am being ushered through the halls of the arrivals lounge by security guards and airport personnel. Cameras lift as I pass by, no doubt snapping their 7-second celebrity moment to share with friends later. The commotion inside the airport cannot compare to the true frenzy outside. I'm let out a special exit in a bid to avoid the paparazzi, but they already know I'm here. How, I'll never fully understand. Sometimes I think my agent is tipping them off. They've shown up places that defy logic, like that one time I went to try horseback riding on a semi-drunken whim. After so many years as a media darling, I barely noticed them. "Jackson, will you sign my tits?" Another feminine shriek pierces the air as I glide through the crowd of people and into the backseat of a waiting car. I've been on the East Coast for less than 10 minutes and already someone is willing to expose their breasts for me. This is the life of a rock star, baby. Private jets, paparazzi, pure, unadulterated sex symbolism. I catch someone lifting a copy of my most recent cover feature, America's Sexiest Bachelors, into the air just as I slip into the waiting sedan. I snagged the coveted #1 spot. Sure, it was a rush. Definitely a nice thing to tick off the old lifetime bucket list. But it's just obscuring a truth only I know. "Mr. Bed, good afternoon." The driver turns to me with an eager grin. "I'm Eric. Where will we be heading today?" "Hey, Eric. Nice to meet you." I relax into the plush leather seat, looking out the tinted windows at the curious onlookers and desperate fans. "I just need to go to the car rental place if you don't mind." "Are you sure? I'd be more than happy to take you wherever you need to go." "Just a rental. That's all I need." Eric nods and turns toward the wheel. The car lurches forward a moment later and we're off, leaving the mass of humans behind us. I'm already imagining the questions the rental agency clerk might ask themselves when I show up. Why the hell is Jackson Bed renting his own car? Why doesn't his assistant do this for him? Doesn't he have a personal driver by now? If only they knew the sorry truth. If I had any of those things, I'd have to file bankruptcy at age 26. I've become an expert in the art of appearing to have it all. And that's how it has to stay for America's Sexiest Bachelor. Nobody can know, or even suspect the dire straits I'm in. I would never humiliate myself like that. Media follow us to the car rental agency and wait outside as I select whatever luxury car they have available. It's worlds cheaper than buying one to use for the week, and cheaper still than hiring a driver to shuttle me wherever I planned to go around Fork Lick, my tiny hometown about 3 hours north. Once I'm all packed up and ready to go, I leave the paparazzi in my rearview mirror, thanks to the Lexus. The city slowly recedes into suburbs, followed by scraggly trees lining the roads, tiny green buds ready for spring to unfurl. The farther I get from the airport, the more I can relax. It's been too long since I've been on my own without a concert to hurry to or a deadline for my record label to meet. My most recent visit to Fork Lick was riddled with grief due to my granddad's passing, and stress thanks to my older brother's condescension and resentment. And that doesn't even include finding out my grandparents' farm was saddled with almost $1 million of debt. This time I'm hoping for a calmer visit, but I never know what to expect with my older brothers. Hopefully my sister Colleen's sweetheart twins will melt away my worries. I'm an uncle now, and I can't wait to start the job. My 3-hour drive blurs beneath the sunshine and tree-dappled landscape. I don't even turn the radio on. The music in my head is too loud to hear over anyway. I map out some new songs while I drive, feeling through the riffs and chord progressions, belting out lyrics in the safety of the Lexus. My record label can't hear me in here, which means these songs are mine alone. For now. Anxiety cinches tight in my gut, bringing me back to the clusterfuck I left in Los Angeles, and the secret I've been scrambling to hide from everyone. Friends, family, colleagues, the backup band for the past 5 years. I need a break from all that mess. And I hope Forklick gifts me this, if nothing else. The closer I get to home, the more I wonder what I'll find there. I have no idea what's changed in my absence, other than the fact that Colleen popped out 2 little bits with a guy named Bacon, who's a famous chef. I've heard from Gran that all my big brothers have fallen in love, too, which, if we're being honest, they fucking needed. I'd love to join their ranks, but ironically, it doesn't seem like it's in the cards for me. With half of America throwing themselves at my feet, it's too damn hard to figure out who's real and who's really good at faking it. I turn down the long, familiar road leading to Bedfellows Farm. The white, clapboard farmhouse snags my attention first. The black trim and shutters looking freshened somehow. The wraparound porch and the rocking chairs are empty. The sight alone conjures a swell of memories, good and bad and everything in between. Gravel crunches under my tires as I pull into the driveway and look around for some sign of life. Either nobody is here, or nobody cares that I'm here. The opposite of my arrival at the airport. I heave a sigh. I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe I'm just too used to people offering to show me their tits. I park the car past the turreted shed that serves as a palace for my family's resident Merino sheep, Baabara. Just when I'm beginning to lament that even Baabara doesn't want to see me, I spot the fluffy woolen face peeking through the entrance. Dark, beady eyes land on me. An unholy bah rips through the air. Oh shit. Here comes Baabara. Baabara nearly falls over herself as she races toward the car. She looks like a stuffed animal version of a sheep, with her overgrown wool ballooning out from her body. Suddenly, she's at the car, looking at me excitedly through the driver's side window. Bah! Hey there, Baabara. I never give it the inflection like Gran does. She's the one who started this extreme pampering of Barbara Streisand. I've never met another sheep with a palace, or one that had attended a reading of a will because she actually inherited something. Barbara butts at my door in her excitement, but with her huge body there, I can't exit the car. Can you move? I ask her, rolling down the window so that she can hear better. Bah! I try to open the door again, but the prospect of me exiting the car excites her so much that she presses harder against the door. I'm trapped. I heave a sigh. Barbara, just move. I try to push at her fluffy wool, but she shrieks with excitement instead. I can't. Jackson? Gran's voice cuts through the late afternoon air. I lean forward to wave to Gran through the passenger side window, which I also roll down. Hey, Gran! Can't get out of the car! Barbara's holding me hostage! Gran crosses her arms, sending a stern look to the sheep. Barbara Marie Streisand Bed. Oh, she used the middle name, I say softly. Now you're really in trouble. But Barbara doesn't take the hint. She struggles against the car again, damn near rocking the thing. So I roll the window up and take matters into my own hands. I slither over the console, exiting the rental car via the passenger door. Barbara's head shoots up and she clomps around the car to me. I wrap her into a big woolen hug. She really missed you, Gran says, stepping down from the wraparound porch. Her weathered face looks tired but delighted to see me.
Almost as much as I did.
I don't know if I believe it. There was only one of you headbutting the side of my car to get closer to me. Gran laughs, holding her arms out for a hug. The moment I take some attention off Baabara, she bleats angrily and steps closer to me. I ignore her dissatisfied headbutts as I hug Gran.
Just proof you need to come around more often,
Gran says, patting my back.
Baabara only gets ornery like that when you stay away too long.
I was here last year, and now I'm back this year, I remind her, as though this is something to be proud of. For me, though, it's an accomplishment. I can count on one hand how many times I've come back to Fork Lick since I bolted at age 18.
Now that you're an uncle, you'll have to be around more so the babies remember who you are,
Gran says. I'm working on it, I tell her as we head for the side entrance of the house. Baabara follows us to the door, but Gran shoos her to stay outside. We step into the worn but homey kitchen, which still looks exactly the same as when I was 10. On a working farm, interior renovations fall exactly last on the list of priorities.
Plus, I need the company,
Gran goes on, drifting toward the fridge. I take my usual seat at the kitchen island, the stool creaking under my weight as she brings out a big pitcher of lemonade.
It's been lonely around here since you kids started falling in love and finding your own places. Colleen and Bacon moved in together a few months ago, but it feels like it's been a year.
To the church, right?
Yes, the church. Living out of wedlock in a holy house.
She laughs to herself as she takes 2 glasses out of the cupboard.
Anyway, I've been inviting woofers onto the property, which keeps things interesting, but they mostly keep to themselves.
Woofers? I ask. Is that another term for dogs?
They're people. The name stands for Worldwide Opportunities on Organic Farms. They travel around and help out at farms in exchange for a place to stay. I've had a few so far, but nobody's here at the moment. So that just leaves me and my new roommate.
I perk up. I haven't heard anyone mention a roommate, but then again, I don't talk to any of my siblings except Colleen, unless a funeral or a video call forces a conversation. A new roommate sounds like a good idea if Gran is lonely. This is news to me. Who's your new roommate?
Oh, you'll never guess,
Gran gushes as she pours the lemonade.
In fact, she says you know her.
I take the glass she pushes my way, confusion sliding through me. Like, personally or from my music?
Personally.
She sips her lemonade, looking satisfied. I can't even fathom who this person could be. Everyone I know around here already has a house in Fork Lick, so why would they move in with Gran? Spill the details, Gran, I urge. Who is it? She sends me a warm but conspiratorial look. Just as she opens her mouth to relieve the suspense, the side door of the kitchen swings open, slamming against the wall. Whose spotless luxury vehicle is blocking the damn driveway? Ethan's annoyed voice cuts through the kitchen. A dark cloud immediately settles over me, pushing me right back to where things left off between me and my older brothers. If you lead with, hello, I might tell you, I snap out. Ethan clomps through the kitchen, a smirk growing as his gaze washes over me and Gran. Well, look what the sheep dragged in, he says, propping his hands on his hips. Jackson, I'm shocked you remembered how to get to Fork Lick. How could I possibly forget? I shoot back. I was just here last year. Right, but didn't you have a chauffeur then? I don't see any yes men, so you must have brought yourself back to your humble roots and relearned how to drive for yourself. I sighed tersely, crossing my arms. It's always the same with my brothers. On the rare occasions we cross paths, they rag on me for having a different lifestyle. For living on the West Coast. For renting a Bentley. For knowing what quinoa is and how to pronounce it. I should be used to it by now, but it irks me all the same. It was the same way when I was young, always picking on me because I liked music or wanted to play the guitar or preferred tinkering with instruments instead of BB guns. Believe it or not, I sometimes like to take a break and enjoy life, I tell Ethan, popping on a fake grin. It's called a vacation. From all that hard work you do? His voice drips with sarcasm. Gran clears her throat.
Boys,
Her sharp tone leaves no room for argument.
nothing else needs to be said right now except how wonderful it will be to have the entire family together again.
She shoots Ethan a look, then turns to me as if waiting for me to agree.
Your sister has 2 little babies. I think we can all agree that we want as peaceful a visit as possible to support her and Bacon.
You don't need to tell me that, I grumble. Ethan is the one who needs to hear it. I've been doing plenty to support this family, and Gran knows it, Ethan shoots back. Unlike some people I could name. Ever since Ethan took control of the farm, he assumed the mantle of does the most for the beds forevermore. It used to be annoying, but it's become more like a dagger he habitually twists deeper and deeper over the years. One of the many reasons I find it easier to stay away. Do you need me to move my car, or did you just come in here to gripe about the fact that you're still a farmer? I ask, trying my damnedest to sound bored. I know this comment doesn't help things, but I'm not a saint. With the shit show I left behind in Los Angeles, I was hoping to find some solace away from Tinseltown. But I should have known better. Even though things seem to be imploding out there faster than a planned demolition, I still have hope that this visit can be somewhat relaxing. Ever since I signed with my record label, I've been treading water in every way possible. My music might be climbing the charts, but my label has chained me in the dungeon. I signed the worst deal imaginable when I was discovered at age 20, and I've been scrambling ever since to escape and make sure nobody finds out how stupid I was. Especially my family. I'd take being a farmer any day, Ethan responds. Society actually depends on my contributions.
Enough!
Gran's voice makes us both shut our mouths, chastened as though we're kids again.
I don't want this fighting in my house. Not when we're starting a new chapter with the babies.
Sorry, Gran, I mumble. Sorry, Ethan echoes.
Is it too much to ask you two to get along at least for a little while?
She twists to look at Ethan.
Besides, I don't want to scare off my new roommate with all this bickering.
Ethan huffs with a laugh. We'll do our best, Gran. Promise. I'll start things off on the right foot by driving through my freshly tilled land around the Lexus. See you later, Jackson. The door shuts a moment later, and I can't tell if things have improved between him and me, or gotten worse. I suppose it doesn't matter, because a new voice cuts through the air.
Sounds like I missed something exciting.
A chill prickles over my forearms. That voice sounds familiar. Feminine, a little husky, but I can't place it.
Oh, Bella!
Gran's face lights up and she gestures to the newcomer who is approaching from the family room behind me.
Come in. Jackson just got here.
The name Bella makes my stomach twist. I'm rooted to my spot, unable to turn and look at who my Gran's new roommate might be. I already know. She's not from Forklick. I don't actually know where she's from, unless it's the underworld. Soft footsteps fall against the wood floors, and then the new roommate is standing at the edge of the table, beaming down at us. Silky, dark brown hair cascades over her shoulders as she reaches over to squeeze Gran's hand. A pretty, heart-shaped face is lit up in a smile that I've seen plenty of times before. A smile that actually made me fall head over heels once upon a time, until she stomped out any hope of a spark between us. I've been rubbing elbows and butting heads with this woman for the past few years, despite all my attempts to avoid her. She's the Bella that everyone in the concert and event world loves and raves about. I did too once upon a time. Even tried to make her mine, and failed miserably. She's got her claws in every damn concert or show my label puts on, which wouldn't be so bad if we got along. But she makes it impossible. And if I thought I'd have a relaxing escape from Los Angeles, I was dead wrong.
Chapter 2. Bella. Jackson's confused and angry face confirms what I suspected to be true all along. Taking a gig with Jackson Bed's future brother-in-law had bad idea written all over it. "What are you doing here?" he finally sputters. All I can do is up the wattage on my everything is fine smile. I tried to warn Ethel that this might happen, but she seemed smitten by the idea that we had worked together on the West Coast, as though she'd never seen the cocky side of her youngest grandson, a side that all of LA and everyone in the music industry knows all too well. "I've been in town helping coordinate the launch parties for Bacon's new restaurant," I say, anxiety thrumming beneath my skin. Jackson looks less than pleased to see me, but I can't deny the small thrill being here gives me. There's something satisfying in seeing the humble beginnings of America's most famous rock star, not to mention sleeping in the room next to the one he grew up in. I feel like it gives me a leg up somehow, and I really need it based on how hard he's glaring at me. "His restaurant is already open, Colleen told me." A condescending smirk begins to emerge on his face. "So why are you still here?" I try not to focus too closely on his features. The man was recently voted America's sexiest something, and I hate that I actually agree with the decision. But from this close, it's hard not to notice the amber flecks in his green eyes or the untended scruff on his jaw. Every time he moves, his leather jacket rustles with barely contained masculinity. If I could somehow forget about the hundreds of egotistical annoyances he's inflicted upon me over my career, I might actually fall in love with him based on his appearance alone. But thankfully, he's far too off-putting for that to happen. During the restaurant launch timeline, I kinda got to know your family. I send a small smile toward Ethel, who's watching me warmly. "Bella has been such a great help since she showed up," Ethel says. "So you live here now?" Jackson sounds like he might pass out from confusion. No, not permanently," Ethel says with a small laugh. "Colleen and I grew close while I was working for Bacon's launch," I explained. In the background, there's a distant thud, followed by another thud. Neither Jackson nor Ethel react, so I ignore it too. And then the idea for the Forklick Festival came up. "The strawberry jam," Ethel interjects proudly. "So I signed on to help with that, which means I'll be around until that's over." I offer a tight smile. I haven't mentioned to anyone yet that spearheading this festival is my ticket to the promotion I've been angling for. My boss agrees. If I can pull this off from start to finish on my own, I'll be ready for the next level. In the background, the thumping grows more urgent. I blink a few times, looking between Ethel and Jackson, but they don't seem to be aware of it. "The strawberry jam?" Jackson narrows his eyes. "Isn't it so punny?" Ethel grins at her grandson. "I suppose." Jackson sighs, the thumping growing louder, more urgent. "It was your grandmother's idea," I tell him. Thud. I look around, still unsure where the noise is coming from. It seems to be coming from within the house, like a farm version of the telltale heart. Perhaps it's the suppressed attraction I harbor for Jackson finally slamming its way out of my subconscious. What on earth is that noise? Jackson waves a hand dismissively. "It's just Baabara." Wow. I peer through the kitchen, spotting just an inch or so of sheep fluff through the window. She's headbutting the door, desperate to get in. I've never seen her act like that before. She can't stand being away from Jackson for too long. Ethel adds, anyway, Bella has been helping get all the details in place. For such an overwhelming project like this, we really needed an expert. And you found the right person, I add with a smile. Jackson only narrows his eyes at me.
So, when's this festival happening?
Jackson asks. Mid-June. His eyes widen.
Wow. 2 more months of forklick. You think you can stand that?
It's been lovely here so far, I say, not adding that it only took me 2 days to explore every last corner of downtown Forklick. Besides, there's plenty to keep me busy on the farm in my downtime. She's been helping with the seedlings, Ethel tells him. He doesn't look convinced.
Come on, I know she's a city girl.
Another thrill races beneath my skin. Jackson Bed claiming to know something about me does strike a certain chord in the fangirl portion of my body, but luckily my head knows the truth about him. He's an insufferable rock star who doesn't care who he hurts as his star rises. And if there's one thing I don't have time for, it's famous musicians who think people should worship the ground they walk on. Which is exactly how Jackson Bed behaves whenever we've had the misfortune of working together. You'd be wrong about that, Jackson, but I'm not here to educate you, I say with a smooth smile. I'm not a city girl. I come from a small town in northern Ohio called Bayshore. Sure, it's not as small as Forklick, but it's nothing like Los Angeles. Not that Jackson Bed cares to know the real me. Oh, is anyone hungry for a snack? Ethel blurts, rising from her stool. No, I'm fine, I tell her. In fact, I was just going to head back up to the room. I've got a phone call scheduled with my family. You two have a lot of catching up to do, I'm sure. It's hard to miss the look of relief on Jackson's face.
You heard her, Gran. She's got a phone call to make.
I make my exit, scampering up the narrow wooden staircase as quickly as I can until I'm safely locked in my bedroom. My heart is pounding, though I can't exactly say why. Reminding myself of all Jackson's negative qualities seems wise, but there's just something swoon-worthy about seeing him in a leather jacket in the middle of the shabby chic farmhouse he grew up in. How many women in America would kill to be in my position right now? I think about this as I settle into the creaky but comfy queen bed. As a high-volume event planner working for one of the world's most prestigious companies, I've worked with more celebrities and musicians than I could shake a Grammy at. This means most of the magic has worn off. I've learned to see celebrities for who they truly are. And while it's easy for the most famous of the famous to lose their grip on reality, my job means I've still got both feet firmly planted on the ground. I only dabble in luxury. I don't live there permanently. In fact, I don't live anywhere permanently. Not LA, not Bayshore, not Forklick, not in luxury or in this farmhouse. A weird heat grips my chest. That's been happening more often these days. I don't know what's going on. Is this a quarter-life crisis? But I know how to ignore it. I distract myself from my thoughts with a quick phone call to Piper, my cousin who was practically my sister growing up. I journal. I catch up on emails. Just when I feel like I've got my head screwed on straight again, I hear a noise that makes every inch of my skin perk up. The soft notes of an acoustic guitar. A deep shudder of pleasure courses through me as a hauntingly sincere song begins somewhere downstairs. I've never heard it before. All I know is that the chord progressions are honey, and I'm a desperate worker bee. I crumple back into my bed, letting the music wash over me. Sharing space with Jackson Bed is going to be a little harder than I planned on. Good thing he's only here for a quick visit.
Chapter 3. Jackson. Okay, so I have to hold the neck? I ask. Colleen grins as she helps my awkward hands better cradle the baby.
There you go. Just like that.
I've got Danny, but I wouldn't be able to tell if it weren't for the color-coded onesie. This baby is just bigger than my outstretched hand, but I've got big hands, so maybe this is normal. His scrunched face goes from suspicion to shock as he writhes and coos. Am I doing it right? I'm so worried I'll hurt him I can barely relax into best uncle ever mode. I suppose there's plenty of time. This is only the first 10 minutes of meeting the Bacon Bits, but I'm eager to prove myself as the superior uncle of the family.
You're doing great,
Colleen reassures me as she lightly bounces the other twin, Cassie, in her arms. Bacon comes back up the stairs into the loft with a big pack of diapers. These four are living in the converted loft of an old church. Bacon's new hit restaurant takes up the renovated first floor. It's so strange, yet oddly perfect for my big sister. Poop guards obtained, Bacon says, setting the diapers on a nearby table. He holds out his hands to take Cassie from Colleen. I watch as she gently hands her over. I can't believe you have 2 of these, I murmur.
Tell me about it,
she says with a laugh. She sits on the couch next to me as I rock Danny.
So what's new, Jackie?
Besides being an uncle to these perfect creatures, nothing much. She smiles warmly, and I can see the tiredness radiating from her.
I'm glad you came to visit. I'm surprised you made it happen so quickly.
I've been enjoying some downtime. I don't mention that part of the downtime is because I'm nearing the end of my contractual obligation to the record label, a moment I've been desperate for since I realized how deep in shit I'd gotten myself. After 4 complete albums, and a 5th one slated to be written in just a couple months' time, I can almost consider myself free.
Creating liquor deals, touring the world, writing albums, all of that fits into your concept of downtime?
She sends me an amused look. When you say it like that, it sounds insane, I admit. But once I go back to LA next week, I'll be back in the thick of all that. So Forklick is my vacation.
Ironic how the tables have turned, Colleen murmurs. We used to dream of vacationing anywhere else. Now Forklick has become your vacation spot.
Danny begins to fuss in my hands, so I rock him like I see Bacon doing with Cassie across the room. When he begins a full-out wail, I turn to Colleen. Help.
He's hungry, she says. I'll take it from here.
I relax into the couch as she takes the baby from my arms and pulls back part of her t-shirt and begins feeding him. She murmurs sweet nothings to him as he eats, and once he's calm, she sinks back into the couch, turning her attention back to me.
So only a week in Forklick, huh?
That's all I have planned.
Got any time to swing back around in June?
She asks hopefully.
I was hoping you'd be able to attend the festival we're planning with Bella.
The sound of her name makes something dark settle over me. 2 Forklick visits in 1 calendar year? Colleen, you know me better than that. She frowns, and I want to retract my statement. But I don't. Instead, I ask, what's the big deal with this festival? Gran and Bella mentioned it yesterday, but I didn't get all the details.
We thought it would be the perfect way to raise the last bit of money the farm needs to get out of debt, Colleen says with an effortless smile. Especially with Bella at the helm, I think we can make it big enough to generate some serious revenue. The plan was to collaborate with everyone's goods and services to create something so big and attractive that people from all over the state, and maybe even out of state, want to come. Everything we produce will be for sale. Alex's strawberry milk, his new goat cheese, Diane's apple butter. If a bed made it, we're selling it.
It sounds very communal, I tell her. It'll be bigger than communal, Bacon pipes up. Bella's got the magic touch. You know her from out west. You've seen her in action, haven't you? I sigh. Yeah, I guess. Colleen laughs, swatting my arm.
What's that sigh for?
I'm not sure how to summarize our friction in a way that makes sense. I was starry-eyed for Bella the second I met her 3 years ago. But then life, or maybe my own ego, got in the way. What I thought was mutual interest turned into a lot of shitty encounters until finally it all exploded when I found out she'd been engaged to some other guy the entire time. From then on, we were just barely able to tolerate each other. But I don't like my family to hear stories where I finish any place but first. We've just never really gotten along, I say, reaching out to stroke Danny's tiny forehead as he chugs the boob juice. I guess we just fundamentally clash. Colleen doesn't look convinced.
That's a shame. She's so good at event planning, I thought maybe you two would have a future collaborating together or something.
How about you let me know what I can do to help the festival? I feel like I should be involved somehow since every bed is bringing their talents to the event. Won't you be needing some music or something? The way Colleen's eyes light up tell me I hit the jackpot.
Are you serious?
Maybe. I can try to work it out. She gasps, and then bites back a squeal.
Oh, Jackson, that would be incredible. We all thought it would be pointless to ask you because...
Pointless? My stomach executes a painful twist. The same feeling I get whenever my brothers are around.
We figured you'd be too busy to help. I mean, you yourself just said you can only stay for a week, then it's back to the mayhem. Truthfully, we don't have any entertainment lined up yet, but we didn't figure you'd be interested in doing something as small as a festival in Forklick.
Who is we? I ask.
The family,
she says, suddenly looking sheepish.
And Bella weighed in too.
Oh, did she now?
She said you'd be too expensive to book as a headliner, and that standard procedure for labels like yours requires certain protocol to be followed.
Something dark twists through me, and I clench my fist a few times, working through the onslaught of emotion. I'm not sure why I'm surprised, but yet again I've been pushed away from the family before I can even be a part of things. Like always. Not only that, Bella's here inserting herself into my family's discussions, reinforcing everyone's negative opinions of me. Frustration simmers hot, and I struggle to swallow the feelings before they explode. Now is not the time or the place to figure that mess out. This visit is about the bacon bits. I draw a deep breath, focusing on little Danny in Colleen's arms. I'll figure it out with my label, I finally say. I should be able to make an appearance. I'll work on clearing the date. I rub Colleen's back, the thrum of frustration still vibrating through me. I want to do my part to help the farm. Colleen wriggles in her seat, another squeal erupting.
This is the best news ever!
Danny jerks in her arms, startled. She gasps, shushing the baby when he starts to gurgle and cry.
Sorry. Mommy was just excited,
she whispers soothingly. Colleen turns to me once the baby is calmed.
So will you be here for Sunday dinner?
I'd planned on leaving that night. You think anyone will want me there? Other than Baabara?
Of course. Your family. Ethan and Alex love you even if they don't know how to show it.
I don't believe her, but I nod. Yeah, I can make it work. Been a long time since we had Sunday dinners, huh? Colleen beams.
The tradition is back. They've been so lovely. It'll be good to have everyone at the table for once. I know how busy you are. It means a lot to us that you take time from your exciting life in LA to be here.
Her words, however sweet and supportive, weigh heavily on me as she finishes feeding Danny. Colleen's assessment couldn't be farther from the truth. There's nothing exciting about my life in LA. It's just a drain. My label rents my swanky apartment for me. The car I drive in California is gifted, not chosen by me. My designer duds are loaned. What meager percentage I earn from my label gets gobbled up by trying to keep up appearances. I'm America's most famous rock star, but I barely have 10 grand to my name. I might not come around a lot, but you guys are family. Of course I'll be there.
I can't believe we got single grain to headline the concert,
Colleen gushes.
The other teachers at school are gonna flip when I tell them.
Another rock in my gut reminds me of how unlikely it is that my backup band can accompany me for this appearance. I can't bring myself to tell her about the technicalities of my deal with the label, because admitting one aspect only leads to the other 100 aspects that reveal what an idiot failure I truly am. I'll make something work, I finally say. Because I have to. For my family. For Gran. For our collective future. I'm not going to break this promise to Colleen, which means I need to talk to my agent ASAP and figure out a loophole that satisfies everyone.
Chapter 4. Bella. Another round? The voice of the server jostles me out of my focus. I'm on the back patio of Lick Your Fork Diner, surrounded by still empty planters awaiting their spring plants. My table is cluttered with papers, my laptop, and my drained cup of subpar coffee. I'll take another cup, thank you. I smile at the server, who fills my cup from her steaming full carafe. It's an abnormally warm late April day today, but I gather my jacket tighter around me. I came here primarily to brainstorm, choosing the patio for its relative silence. Inside, the diner is a cacophony of clinking silverware and laughter, but out here, I can reach a deep focus state, which is what I need in order to figure out my best plan of attack for approaching the Forklick municipality. Once the server tops me off and I'm sinking back into my work zone, I review the notes from all my research and planning over the past week and a half since the strawberry jam was conceived. I have two major problems: no headliner and no approval from the town. The problem with Forklick hosting this festival is that there's no precedent. Nothing this big has ever been done here, and the municipality has no guidelines for anything like it. So I've got to approach them and convince them it should be done, regardless of town size, precedent, or anything else. I've worked with my fair share of small towns and event newbies in the past, and they can be some of the hardest sells. But it's okay. I'm a professional. That's why I accepted the job when the beds needed someone to bring their vision to life. That and the dream life waiting for me on the other side of this event. I smile to myself, letting the feeling of future accomplishment wash over me. I can already taste this promotion. I'm a traveler at heart, and this new position promises to send me gallivanting across the world extensively. My boss couldn't promise exactly where I'd end up, but I wriggle excitedly in my seat as I imagine what life could feel and taste like soon. Espressos in Italy, Parisian croissants, Moroccan moments. I might be putting my cart before the horse, but this is part of my process, part of how I've advanced so quickly and so young in the event planning world. A distant squeal yanks at my focus. I look around the empty patio. Another squeal, followed by manic laughter. Oh my God! Oh my God! The sounds seem to be coming from the front of the building. I listen for another moment or two, then bury myself in my work once more. My proposal for the town leaders is almost done, and then I'm going to head over to the municipal building, in person, since it's literally across the street, to get on their schedule. In an ideal world, I'd have my headliner arranged before approaching the city. The musical act determines just how much local bed and breakfasts, hotels, and restaurants stand to benefit from the event, which is crucial for making my case. I wish it could be Jackson himself, but that's a pipe dream. I already reached out to his agent, and the appearance fee he quoted me made me choke on a baguette. Besides, Jackson strikes me as the type of guy who wouldn't perform for free, not even for his own family. And they backed up my suspicions, which means that even though I'm sleeping 5 feet away from America's sexiest bachelor, there's no hope for getting him into this festival. The back door of the diner flies open. Jackson stalks onto the patio a moment later, beelining for me. The chair scrapes against the cement as he yanks it out, then plunks his butt into it, directly across the table from me. His dark brows are drawn together, and he's watching me like he'd rather slap me than whatever is about to come out of his mouth. Excuse me? I stammer. I see curious looks from patrons inside the diner as the patio door slowly shuts.
Why did you tell my family I was too expensive?
He demands, his words practically a knife point. Even though he's seething, it's hard to focus on anything other than those amber flecks in his eyes and the wisps of dark hair falling across his forehead. He's in the rock star jacket again, and his arrival sent a decadent waft of designer cologne and leather my way. I swallow hard, trying to remember what he asked me. Because you are? I can hardly make sense of what's happening. Why is Jackson here, and how did he get so handsome and angry? He looks like he's about to verbally lash me, and I hurry to add, I called your agent. I did my due diligence. I found out how much it would be to hire you for this event, and it's way too much. I laugh in spite of his anger. Do you even know how much they're asking these days?
It doesn't matter how much they're asking. He spits out, I would never dream of charging for something like this. Did it ever occur to you that I might be willing to do it for free to help out my gran?
I never assume something like that in my line of work. I tell him, I'm a professional. I follow the standard event procedures.
This isn't exactly a regular event.
He shoots back, fire in his eyes.
I'm not some rock star being hired for an emotionless gig. This is my family. This is about the future of Bedfellows Farm.
I did bring it up, I tell him, but between my professional experience and the opinion of your family members, the consensus was that you doing it for free was a no-go. His chin dips, and the air between us crackles. I wouldn't be surprised if a storm suddenly rolled through.
And not a single person thought to ask me before writing me off?
The question thumps to the ground. I open my mouth to respond, but there's nothing. This touched a nerve for him, and I can see why. I bite my bottom lip, feeling ashamed. I thought it was best to follow procedure. I may have miscalculated. I swallow hard, avoiding his penetrating gaze. So you do want to headline it?
Yes.
For free?
Of course,
he says. Excitement trembles through me, but I try not to let it show. I don't want to be like Gertie the groupie out front squealing because Jackson Bed walked by. If I can attach his name to this festival, my promotion will be not just assured, but guaranteed. I'll be traipsing through customs in some distant airport in a matter of months.
But there's an important caveat.
His hard-edged voice suddenly sounds uncertain. His jaw flexes for a moment as his gaze washes over my papers on the table.
I can get the show on my schedule, but
His throat bobs.
I probably can't perform any single grain songs.
I blink. I can think of at least 4 single grain songs that have been cycling through radio play since last summer. The man's songs are everywhere, except for Forklick, apparently. Why is that? I ask.
I don't know if I'll be able to finagle the rights to perform them.
He admits in a quieter voice, as though others may be listening in. Aren't they your songs?
They are, but they aren't. Not technically.
I stare at him for a moment, trying to piece together whatever it is that he's not saying. So you're saying the label wrote the songs for you? It feels like an aha moment. This would explain why he's been so skittish, so weird.
Not that.
He sighs, running a hand through his longish tresses, mussing it up even more. He's one hair tousle away from starring in a moody Gucci ad, and I'm not sure how much longer I can handle seeing him this close up. Your band members wrote the songs. I offer.
No, I wrote them.
His tone leaves no room for argument. He leans forward, running his thumb back and forth over his knuckles.
I don't own them, though. The label does.
The way he admits it, sullen, almost embarrassed, makes me want to wrap my arms around him in a hug. Maybe you can still play them, especially since this isn't a profitable venture for you.
They'll never allow it.
He sniffs, leaning back in his chair. Something hard slides across his face.
I don't want to get into it, but I just know they won't.
Jackson, why do you sound like you signed a deal with the devil or something?
Because I fucking did.
He laughs bitterly.
Listen, don't repeat anything you heard here, okay? I shouldn't have said anything. If I catch wind of any of this floating around, I'll know exactly who to come looking for.
He sears me with a glare before he stands, the chair legs scraping the cement again. A moment later, he's got the door open and is storming back into the diner. I see people scampering away from the door, gawkers who'd been spying on our conversation. Once the door shuts behind him, I stare at my laptop screen for a while, trying to make sense of what I just learned. I know who can help me. Piper, my cousin who's practically my sister. I'm finally in the same time zone as Bayshore, my hometown, so I know calling at 11 a.m. on a weekday is safe. Besides, Piper is the boss of her own shop now, a marshmallow shop at that. When she picks up the phone, she sounds breathless. Hello? Geez, did you run a few laps before answering? I left my phone up front. This store is longer than you'd think. I laugh, but it dies quickly. I still haven't been back home to see her new shop. There's that wrench in my chest again. Hey, I don't want to keep you, but if you have a few seconds to hear my latest conundrum, I always have time for a good old-fashioned conundrum. Her phone rustles a bit, then she adds, if I leave quickly, it's because someone came in. But for now, I'm alone. Your secrets are safe with me and the marshmallows. Cute. I love the idea of squishy homemade marshmallows bearing all my deepest secrets. We snicker, and then I plunge forward. I'm staying in Jackson Bed's childhood home. Oh, God. She huffs loudly. Jackson Bed? From Single Grain? Yeah? What? She sighs dramatically. You always talk about these celebrities so casually. You remember I'm a plebe, right? I snort laugh. You know how I feel about celebrities, Piper. They're the same as you and me. Then what's the conundrum with Jackson Bed, other than potentially not being able to stop staring at him? I bite my bottom lip. She's not too far off the mark with that one. You know, he and I have had friction throughout the years. Mm-hmm. And not the pelvic kind. I snort. Well, I might have been wrong about him, and I'm kind of thrown for a loop. Why is that? You can be wrong about somebody. Something hot balloons in my chest, and I struggle to find the words. I just didn't want to be wrong about him because I can't say the words on my heart. If you let down your guard and know the full truth about him, you'll just be one more woman fawning over him, and he'd never feel that way about you. It's easier to not be interested in him, but the longer I share this house with him, Piper sighs dramatically. Trust me, I hear you. You're lucky I can read between the lines, Bella. You don't have time for a man, not even one as sexy as Jackson Bed. But listen, isn't there even just a tiny hookup on the table? Because, I mean, if you get the opportunity, no, definitely not. Which is a total lie, because every ounce of my body wants a hookup with Jackson Bed. Yeah, that's probably smart. She lets a frustrated groan rip out of her. And if I'm being honest, I should follow your lead. This time, it's my turn to laugh at her conundrum. What happened? I met a guy in Cleveland. Tell me more. I can't fight the grin. Piper is notorious for being critical and standoffish when it comes to romantic partners. So the fact that she has any man to speak of is surprising. It was just a one-night thing. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I did it. And now I don't fully regret it, which I regret. You regret not regretting it? Listen, it doesn't make sense, but I'll never see him again, so the amazing sex is a moot point. My cheeks hurt from how hard I'm smiling. What's his name? Crew? Like the cabin crew of an airplane? Crew cut socks? Crew like, I don't know what. Crouton, maybe. Hell if I know. She grumbles. He's your fiancé. You should know these things. I tease her. The exasperated and dramatic sigh she lets rip makes me laugh. Fiancé? She shrieks. Never. Not unless you and Jackson Bed are next in line at the little chapel in Vegas. We're both cracking up now. You know that's never happening. Listen, I gotta go. I've got marshmallows to sell. Piper sends me off with a quick, love ya. Then I'm back on my own in Forklick once more, staring down the screen of my laptop. A few things are certain after that conversation. I miss Piper like crazy, and I'm way overdue for a visit to Bayshore. And there's more to the Jackson Bed story. Way more. I want to get to the bottom of it for more than just work reasons. He's offered me a glimpse into an intriguing side of him that I hadn't imagined existed. And even though I shouldn't care, I absolutely do.
Chapter 5. Jackson. I'm back at the farmhouse, pacing my bedroom, trying to convince myself that Bella won't run to the media with news of my most humiliating secret. I've never admitted to anyone that my label owns every popular song I've ever created, forever. My agent knows, but he doesn't talk shop with the media either, so it's a non-issue. But now Bella knows half the story, which is half too much. I'm the only one carrying the burden of the deal I signed at age 20. I'm on the hook to produce one more album for them too, which seems like freedom is imminent, but that's not the case. Once I'm free from the label, I can't touch my musical catalog with a 10-foot pole. So what have I worked all these years for? I jazz myself up to call my agent. I don't believe he'll go to bat for me on something like this, but it's worth asking. Maybe, just maybe, we can sweet-talk the label into letting me perform my own hits at the Strawberry Jam. I can already taste the disappointment of the crowd if I don't play any of the songs they've come to love. I'd be booed off the stage. The media speculation alone would drive me nuts. I need to play my hits. Artie picks up on the second ring. He's always available for me, I'll give him that. "Jackson Bed!" His voice exists in a perpetual state of hype. "My man, what can I do for you?" "I need your help." "What's the sitch?" "My family needs me to perform a show for them in my hometown." I put the phone on speaker and sink onto my queen-size bed. "There's a festival in mid-June they're putting on, and I want to perform." "Okay." He clears his throat. "And what set list are you planning on using?" "It'll be a short set, but I want to use my main catalog." "And your family is down with the appearance fee, right?" He laughs. "Is that why you called? You want a discount? I could probably finagle a friends and family thing." "I need more than a discount," I tell him. "I want it to be free. This is to help my family out. No money's going in my pocket." Artie sighs tersely, and I can imagine him on a sun-drenched patio in Malibu in the middle of a lunch meeting that's bled into a drinks meeting. "Jackson, that's sweet of you. It really is, but the appearance fee is non-negotiable. You know I can't sign off on you playing those songs without the fee. It doesn't matter if it's for your grandma. The label doesn't give a fuck. They will invoice your grandma tomorrow if they catch wind of this." "So let's not tell them." He cackles. "Yeah, that's gonna work. Jackson, you can barely scratch your ass without it making the news. You think you can headline a festival under the radar?" My shoulders sag. He's right. This is a charity gig. That has to make a difference. "I'm afraid it won't, my man." Frustration kicks up to a boil inside me. There's gotta be a way to let this one slide. Can't you find a way? "Jackson, they own everything you've made. They own you. Or have you forgotten?" Artie's voice rings through my room. I wince. "I need you to try," I tell him through gritted teeth. "Please." Artie sighs dramatically. "Okay, I'll try. But don't get butthurt when we hear back from them. You can't say I didn't warn you." Once the call ends, I'm festering in the silence of my bedroom, poring over the interaction. I shouldn't get my hopes up, but I'm unwilling to believe that the label could be so devoid of humanity. A creak outside my door snags my attention, and I surge to my feet, pulling open the door. Bella is in the hallway, wrapped in a towel, creeping away from my door. "What were you doing out here?" I bark. "Just heading to my room after a shower, geez. Were you eavesdropping on me?" My gaze slides over her bare shoulders and down the pink cotton towel that's been reserved as one of the guest towels since time immemorial. I find droplets of water kissing her toned calves. She watches me for a moment, looking confused. "No." Her throat bobs.
But it's hard not to overhear things in this house. The walls are thin.
She pauses, gnawing on the inside of her lip.
Do they really own you?
I expel a frustrated sigh. So you heard everything.
I just don't see how it's possible. They can't own you.
It's a figure of speech. They don't own me. But they own every song I've created over the past 5 years. And they'll own them forever, which means even once I'm done with the label, I'll never be able to play those songs without paying them. Now you know. Any questions? Her face softens and her mouth turns downward.
God, that sucks.
Can you please not say anything? I don't want this to get out. I don't need the drama.
I would never say anything.
Bella stiffens, tightening the knot of her towel around her.
Why do you think I would?
You've given me no reason to trust you. Silence thumps between us. Our gaze is fiery as we stare each other down.
I've given you no reason to not trust me,
she snaps. You've made it very clear what you think of me throughout the years. I've stepped closer to her without choosing to. It's gotta be that damn towel she's wearing that's making it hard for me to think straight. Bella is hot. No, she's smoking. I've thought it since the day I laid eyes on her, but she was always uninterested or already taken. She shrinks slightly as I approach, but I catch the flash of desire in her eyes.
You're a cocky guitarist in L.A., she says. They're a dime a dozen. Doesn't mean I'd blab your secrets to the media. I work in this industry too. I don't need to burn any bridges, especially when I'm staying in your childhood home.
She has a point. It placates me for now, at least.
So what do you plan to do? If you headline the concert and can't play any of your current songs...
I rake a hand through my hair as my mind returns to this unsolvable knot. I'm trying to figure that out. Bella shifts in the hallway, bringing my attention back to her near-nakedness. I've never spent this much time with Bella before, much less in cramped quarters, and certainly not while a decades-old guest towel is the only thing separating my eyes from her creamy skin.
Maybe cover songs?
She suggests. Or, possibly, I shrug, an entirely new album. Her brows shoot upward.
You think you could write a totally new album by June?
I could write a totally new album by next week if I wanted, I inform her.
I'm sure you have the ideas inside you, she hurries to add. Probably enough for 3 more albums. I'm just wondering if... I don't know, wouldn't that be a huge ask? How do you pull something like that off? If you're recording in LA with your band, would the label own what you make?
I clench and unclench my fists. They don't own my new music going forward unless I submit it to them as part of the contractual albums they're expecting from me. Which is why I'm thinking of not doing it in the studio, or in conjunction with the label. Just writing something else on the side for myself that I'd have the rights to perform.
Stay here?
Now she looks fearful.
In Forklick?
Yeah.
Forklick doesn't seem like it's very conducive to your process, she says.
Her words act like a cheese grater on my composure. What would you know about my process?
There are no instruments here,
she says, looking around as though trying to remember a list of reasons I shouldn't stay here.
No amplifiers, no band, no studio. These walls aren't soundproof.
All I can hear and see from her is doubt. People trying to shoehorn themselves into my life and make my decisions, decide what they want without any input from me. I step closer again, and she snaps her mouth shut. I'd intended to make my position clear, but now that we're inches apart, I suddenly can't see past her bare collarbone. The sweet gardenia scent of her shampoo reaches me, and some of my irritation dissolves. Listen, I try to remember what I needed to express, but she makes it hard, being so half-naked and here. You don't have to believe me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. The corner of her mouth turns up in a smirk.
Like just another adoring fan, huh?
Depends on how much you adore me. Electricity snaps between us. My fingers curl with the urge to tug at her towel, but I restrain myself. The last time I made my intent to seduce her known, everything friendly between us imploded. That was years ago, but I'll never forget it. She'd been taken at the time, which I hadn't known, and I'd misjudged the level of attraction between us. Turned out she'd never been a fan of Jackson Bed. Bella all but rolls her eyes, slipping past me and opening her door.
I can never give you the level of adoration you crave, she says. It's not humanly possible.
The door swings shut, and I'm left staring at the wood, intrigued, aroused, and feeling a lot like somewhere between her words she was telling me, game on.
Chapter 6. Bella. So you think I'm on the right track? I'm on the phone with my boss, Katerine, who just got the long-winded spiel of all the recent developments, minus the details about Jackson's record label. I'm back in downtown Forklick, walking the sidewalks as I envision the layout of the festival map, which I just sent to her. It's Sunday, so this is my last-minute preparation before meeting with the town leaders in the morning. I think it looks great. Katerine sounds enthused, but it might be because I told her I got Jackson Bed to headline. Nothing else matters when the right act joins the show, and she knows it as well as I do. Listen, you feel out the municipality, get a sense for how best to approach them, but remember, you gotta work this hometown angle. Once you drop Jackson's name, I'm sure they'll have no problem approving whatever it is you want. Yeah, you're right. I check the stack of papers in my hand, then look down the street at the municipal office. I'd planned to visit a few days ago, but Jackson's intrusion on my planning lunch derailed everything. But I can't say that I'm upset about it. He did agree to headline the festival as a result. I hate name-dropping, but I think this might be the instance where it's helpful. Drop his name, Katerine insists. Drop it like it's hot, because that man is sexy. I roll my eyes, but I don't disagree. The only problem is that most of America agrees with her, and the longer I spend sharing his childhood home with him, the sexier I think he is too. That's why for the past few days, I've been spending as much time out of the house as possible, reducing my chances of running into Jackson while exiting the shower. Smart. Minimizing the amount of times I overhear him strumming a new chord progression is crucial to my well-being. Because the fact that I'm beginning to learn the ins and outs of his personal routine is not helpful to my status quo. Turns out, the man takes care of himself, which makes him even sexier. He gets up early to run, he eats well, he kisses his grandma on the cheek each morning. I can't know things like this about America's heartthrob, or my own heart will throb right out of my chest. Now that it seems like he might not actually leave like I was counting on, it's even more important that I find a way to keep distance between us, which would be a lot easier if Forklick wasn't the size of a, well, tiny fork. What do you think is the most interesting thing you've learned about Jackson since staying with his grandma? Katerine asks absent-mindedly. In the background, I can hear her typing on her computer. She works every day of the week because events obey no schedule. I frown. Oh, I don't know. The fact that his ego actually fits in a regular-sized room? Katerine laughs. She's just as jaded and exposed to the mania of celebrity as I am, but she has a soft spot for Jackson. I'm not sure how. Jackson has been intolerably cocky and off-putting since day one, relying solely on his good looks and his undeniable talent to woo people. The only reason I'm softening up to him now is because I've gotten a peek behind the veil. He has a lot to be proud of. Hey, Bella, I gotta run. My avocado toast was just delivered. We'll touch base soon, okay? Katerine hangs up, and I'm left staring at my reflection in the front window of a yarn shop, which I haven't seen open once since arriving in Forklick. I couldn't get avocado toast delivered to me in Forklick if I paid someone $1,000 to do it. I pocket my phone, heading to the northern end of the main street one last time to envision the road closures and make sure I haven't overlooked anything critical to the town. As I piece together the intersections and the impacted businesses, visualizing the big stage and how the barren streets will look full of people, I spot a man jogging across an intersection at the far end of the street. Something about his gait suggests Jackson, but from this distance I can't quite see his features. About every 3 seconds, another person crosses the intersection, jogging behind him. At least 7 women trail behind him, and I can't tell if this is his most dedicated fan base or a Forklick jogging club he's spearheaded. It doesn't matter to me, though I admire his tenacity in sticking to a workout plan, something I've never been able to do. I'm not going to be yet another woman fawning over him and trailing behind him. I have no interest in pumping his ego balloon even larger. Somebody has to right the scales, for God's sake. It's not even noon, and I'm out of ideas for how to spend the rest of my day that doesn't include hiding in my bedroom. The weekly family dinner is tonight, which I've really come to look forward to. They're warm and chaotic and remind me of my family back in Bayshore. Staying with Ethel has been a reminder of home in general, what it feels like to have roots and people who care about you on the daily. I guess I've been missing that, even though I chat with my cousin and get family updates as often as I can. I head back to Bedfellow's farm, my mind made up. I'll go see if I can help Ethel somehow. The other day, I caught her filming Baabara, which I thought nothing of until she showed me a well-edited social media video she'd created. Diane has been helping her grow her social media accounts, and it shows. The likes, shares, and comments on her sheep content videos were astronomical. Back at the house, it doesn't take me long to find a groove. Ethel is making bread, so I help knead the dough before it rests. Then we move on to veggie prep for the dish she plans to make. We're slow cooking the chickens by the time Jackson breezes through, his sun-kissed skin gleaming with sweat. Have a nice jog? I ask before I can help myself. Great. He doesn't even stop as he heads for the stairs. Did you start a jogging club? His feet are thumping up the stairs, so I only just catch his response. Nope. I frown. So those were die-hard Jackson Bed fans. Ethel and I continue to prepare dinner. Hours melt away until most everything is ready, the places are set, and people are arriving. Ethan and Leah are the first to arrive, followed by Alex and Molly. Bacon shows up with one baby in his arms, then Sam shows up with the next. Colleen and Diane meander in later, deep in conversation. The house is instantly full of noise, laughter, conversation, chairs scraping, babies occasionally fussing. The only person missing is Jackson. I keep checking to see if he's coming down, but he's nowhere to be found. Leah, do you want sparkling water or alcohol tonight? I assume my position at the kitchen island as the informal drink preparer. I've been supplying new wines, beers, and seltzers to try at every Sunday dinner. Beverage making is my love language. I want one of your fancy seltzers, she says, her dark eyes lighting up. I get to work creating one of my boozy seltzers, adding a slice of orange for the rim of the glass and a sprig of mint. She hums happily as she receives it, where I notice the bruise on her arm from a recent infusion for her Crohn's disease. I get to work offering the rest of the family my bespoke creations. Only Alex and Ethan opt for a can of locally brewed beer instead. I get it. Too fancy for them. And pretty soon, almost everyone is carrying around a cocktail or mocktail that I'm proud of. I think it's time to eat, Ethel announces, clapping her hands. She heads closer to the family room, shouting in the direction of the staircase. Jackie boy, dinner's ready. I roll my lips inward, tucking away the cute nickname. Jackie boy. If only America knew about this. I surely won't be the one to tell them. Finding out Jackson doesn't trust me had stung, though I'd never admit it to him. Not getting along for years is perfectly fine, but considering me untrustworthy? Unacceptable.
He probably won't show up.
Alex says in a joking tone, but I can hear the seriousness behind the words.
Ironic, considering he's finally not 3,000 miles away.
Ethan adds.
But I wouldn't expect any different.
My skin prickles as I hear Jackson's footsteps coming down the staircase. He strides into the room, the air going taut. Even his entrance into the family dining room feels electric, poetic even. The way he shakes his hair out of his eyes and scans the room feels like a prelude to an unforgettable show. I jerk my gaze back to the kitchen island, where I'm finishing cleaning up from my drink prep.
There he is,
Ethan says over the din as everyone gets settled into their spots at the table.
We didn't think you'd make it.
Annoyance streaks Jackson's face, and it occurs to me that every interaction with his family begins like this. I overheard it the day he arrived, and I've been hearing it since. I join the table, my gaze falling to the meal in front of me, as I realize that I've been doing the same to him. The least I could do is surprise this man with his own bespoke beverage. I get to work mixing something that feels very Jackie boy to me. Something like a martini served in a tumbler, garnished with a slice of orange, and bring it over to him as he's suffering through his brother's inquisition.
You leaving tomorrow?
Samuel is asking as I plop the drink down on the table in front of Jackson. Jackson looks up at me, question marks in his gaze. James Bond-style martini. I tell him before gliding to my spot at the other side of the table. Enjoy. In my head, I'm calling it the Jackie boy, but that's not for him to know.
Thanks.
To his credit, Jackson at least looks touched. Then he turns his attention to Sam.
The plan was to head out tomorrow. Back to LA, huh?
Sam asks. I'm tuning in, desperate to learn more about Jackson, even while telling myself I know everything I need to know about him. Jackson shrugs resignedly.
I guess so, but I'm not sure. I might stick around here a little longer. Geez, must be so hard living in paradise.
Ethan pipes up. Again, there's the joking tone to his voice, but the words leave paper cuts. Even I feel it. I glance between Ethan and Leah, and I can see Leah elbowing him under the table. Wouldn't mind swapping places with you for a week, Molly adds.
You'd never pass as the lead singer of Single Grain. Alex murmurs, I hear you in the shower, sweetheart.
How did Jackson end up with all the singing talent anyway? Colleen asks her gran. It's never seemed fair. Jackson cracks a grin at that one, but it fades quickly. I've been listening to all your music, Diane confides, leaning over the table. I just love your lyrics.
Can we not turn this into an I Love Jackson hour?
Sam mutters.
He gets enough of it as it is.
Thud. Jackson's gaze shifts to the side door in the kitchen. Ethel twists in her seat, following his gaze. Oh, heaven almighty, she says exasperatedly. Thud.
Is that Baabara?
Bacon asks, leaning in his seat to peer toward the door. Thud. She's obsessed with Jackson, Colleen explains as she checks on the twins. The babies are resting in a twin-friendly travel bassinet they bring nearly everywhere. But she's not coming in for dinner, right, Gran? Ethel doesn't confirm or deny this, instead clapping her hands together. Let's eat, beds and fellows. Everyone digs in, silverware clanking as green beans are scooped, chicken is speared, corn is divvied. The sounds of happy slurping on my beverages mix with satisfied hums as food is tasted. I start with the bread, loving the way the butter melts almost instantly as I slather it on. There's nothing that says farm living more than fresh-baked bread and melty butter. Thud.
Baabara, knock it off!
Ethan shouts over his shoulder, really giving the bah sound extra emphasis.
We should let her in, Bacon says. Put her out of her misery. She's not coming in,
Alex says sharply.
That's a rule. Definitely not coming in after she ran in here with Colleen's pregnancy test in her mouth and almost took down Gran's china cabinet.
Sam grumbles. Ethel says nothing. Jackson busies himself cutting chicken. So, how has the festival planning been coming? Colleen asks me as everyone gets down to eating. Thud. Good. I glance at the door. I catch the manic eyes of Baabara peering through the window of the kitchen door. She must be craning her sheep neck to see inside. Obsessed is an understatement. I'm heading to the municipal office tomorrow to present my proposal. Let's all hope they agree to my plans to completely shut down the center of Forklick for this. Well, if Jackson's attached to it, I can't see why not. Colleen laughs, forking some chicken into her mouth. Ethan looks surprised, turning toward Colleen.
Wait, what did we miss?
Thud. Molly gasps, turning wide eyes toward Jackson. Are you going to sing for the strawberry jam? Jackson grins shyly, activating the dimple that makes women fall forward, chin to palm, and bat their eyelashes.
Yeah, I want to do my part for the festival, you know?
Thud. The kitchen door flies open, banging against the wall. Hooves clatter against the tile floor of the kitchen. Baabara hustles inside, heading straight for Jackson.
Damn it, Baabara!
Alex shouts, surging to his feet. Ethan does the same, but Ethel shushes them. Sit down. We're eating, she says.
Yeah, exactly, which is why she should go back outside.
Ethan says, a duh tone to his voice. Baabara bahs happily as she takes up her position next to Jackson, who just bites back a smile and strokes her body, freshly revealed from the shearing that I spotted out the window earlier that day. Let her stay, Ethel says sharply. We'll take her back outside when we're done. Alex laughs incredulously.
You've got to be kidding me. The sheep gets a place at the table now? This is unfair to Gomer.
Sam snaps.
Not to mention Trixie.
Alex adds. The Bed siblings share annoyed looks, but Ethel only chews her food resolutely. I said what I said. Ethel clears her throat. An awkward silence travels through the room, and I get the impression that Baabara being allowed into the house has long been a point of contention for this family. Jackson strokes Baabara with one hand while he forks green beans into his mouth with the other. So, the festival, Molly says brightly, realigning the dinner conversation. Are you really going to perform, Jackson? This will be huge, so much huger than we imagined.
Yeah, of course. How could I not? You gonna play that one song I hear all the damn time in the tractor while I'm plowing?
Ethan asks.
Shit, what's it called? The one about the wood planks. Knock on wood.
Jackson offers.
Yeah, that one.
Ethan shakes his head.
Gets stuck in my head. You gonna play that one? No, I don't think so. Oh, come on. Why not?
Ethan takes a sip of his beer. I love that one. Leah adds, you should play it. Colleen encourages. Jackson studies his plate, pushing food around.
I'm thinking of a different type of set list. New material. What if we request it?
Ethan asks. Jackson shakes his head, which just causes his brothers to complain more loudly.
You're gonna hold out on Forklick like that?
Alex asks.
Jackson, you should reconsider.
Sam advises, nodding sagely.
What's the point of singing at the festival if you won't sing the hits?
Ethan wonders.
I guess we don't deserve the good music.
Alex adds, reaching for another piece of bread. Boys? Ethel says with a warning tone in her voice. It's almost as if we've been transported a decade back in time. I'm sure this dynamic has existed since childhood. But it's somehow worse, being in a room full of adults, and I'm the only one here who knows why Jackson isn't agreeing to his family's requests. He keeps his mouth shut, ignoring their ribbing and complaints. I can tell they're angling for a reaction, but he doesn't offer one up. It kills me that he won't come clean to his family about the why. And for better or worse, my curiosity about what's truly going on inside Jackson's head is growing by the day. It's clear that his family has no idea about his life in LA, nor his record deal. Jackson has kept everything sealed up tight, and there must be a reason. And even though I might pretend otherwise, I plan to get to the bottom of it.
Chapter 7. Jackson. My belly is full, I've got a light buzz thanks to Bella's cocktail, and I'm only mildly irritated by the Sunday dinner with my family. Perfect time to get to songwriting. My fingers trip over the strings of the guitar. It's a mindless exercise now, so practiced that it's perfect. The melody from that afternoon's brainstorming session pours out of my guitar, and I pair different sets of lyrics with it, seeing what fits best. All things considered, the Sunday dinner went better than I expected, in that I didn't end up throwing any punches. I made my appearance, I responded to questions, and I made it through. Best outcome for everyone. Only problem is that if I stay in Fork Lake long enough to finish an entirely new set list for the strawberry jam, I'll be sitting through a lot more Sunday dinners. I could chalk up tonight as a fluke, give the Bed Brothers a second opportunity to fuck things up, and we would. I could only hold my tongue for so long against their constant ribbing and needling. A knock on my door pulls me out of my trance. Without stopping the tune I'm finger-picking, I call out, "Who is it?"
Bella.
Before I can respond, the door opens. She looks at me as though I should have been expecting her. "Can I help you?" I ask. She steps inside and shuts the door behind her. She's got on a silky pajama set, pink shorts and a tank top that showcases her olive skin tone and phenomenal legs. I try not to stare, but the curves beneath her top threaten to unravel me. She cocks a hip.
Why didn't you tell your family the real reason you're not performing your hits?
A sigh tumbles out of me. I set my guitar down, unsure where to even begin with that minefield of a question. Do we really have to get into this?
Yes. They think you're just holding out on them, but that's not the truth. Why don't you tell them?
I rub my forehead. I don't know how to gracefully encapsulate the struggle of being the creative black sheep of my rural farm family, especially with my conservative granddad ruling the house and my older brothers all eager to fall in line to please him. Throw in the ongoing grief of losing our parents, and our childhoods were just shy of a shit show. We took it out on each other, and everybody knows old habits die hard. Maybe it's none of your business, I tell her.
It is some of my business, she shoots back, especially now that I'm caught in the middle of this.
You're not caught in the middle. You just know more than the others.
No, I'm caught. I'm organizing this festival, remember? They're going to come to me eventually and ask. I'd never spill your secret without your permission, but I just want to understand why you won't share a little bit more with the people who know you better than anyone else in the world.
I watch her for a moment. I can tell she's invested. Sincere. It's surprising, given that I thought she'd never paid attention to me for a millisecond over the past 5 years. I've always been something of an outcast, if you couldn't tell, I finally say. I rest my elbows on my knees, weighing my words carefully. They've never been big fans of how I choose to spend my time. They see creative pursuits as less virtuous than real work. At least that's what Granddad drilled into all of us. So while I know they aren't exact replicas of Granddad, they sure as shit don't need to know that my decision to be an artist out west has left me high and dry, financially and personally. It'll just confirm what they've known all along.
And what is that?
She crosses her arms and tilts her head. I swallow. That I'm a fucking idiot who should have stayed around to help the family farm? Her brows draw together, and for a moment it seems like she's more upset by my words than I am.
There's no way that bad deal happened because you're an idiot. When did you sign it? When you were 20? Almost 21?
I nod.
And without a lawyer?
She adds. I nod again.
Yeah, you were scammed, she says emphatically. It happens all the time out in LA, all across the world, in fact, but especially when it comes to major record deals. Besides, I know you're not dumb.
I'm glad I can check you off the list, I say wryly.
I've seen what you're working on.
She goes on, gesturing animatedly. Her vigor for this conversation is inspiring, even though I'm so used to feeling shame and disappointment when it comes to my record deal.
Didn't you start investing in a liquor company recently?
Yeah, I tell her, surprised that she knows. It's got a lot of my money tied up at the moment, but it stands to be a great long-term investment if it pans out.
I'm sure it will, she says. I've seen tons of other celebrities do the same.
I paired up with a financial planner, I tell her. He's helping me manage what little income I'm receiving, and it's not my intention to give her a full accounting of my finances, but it helps to know that she believes in me. It feels like the first time I've gotten support in I don't know how long. I'm trying to be smart after being so terribly stupid. She dips her chin.
You're not stupid. You were distracted by the glitz and glam of a huge record deal. You weren't the first, and you certainly won't be the last.
Thanks for that. It's a little unnerving how she's going to bat for me right now.
There's no guidebook for becoming famous, she adds.
You seem to know a lot about fame and celebrity.
I work with all you famous people day in and day out, she says with a laugh. I might be more of an expert than you are, simply from the sheer number of cases I've seen.
Oh, you're more of an expert than I am? I can't fight the grin. It sounds ridiculous. Not that I brandish my fame in a dick measuring contest, but she doesn't have random joggers trailing her when she goes for an innocent run in the afternoon.
Obviously, I have no direct experience with it, she says. But I've gotten to know hundreds of famous people. You've all become case studies in a sense. So while you only know your experience, I could tell you details from hundreds of others.
Fine, I'll accept that. After all, my fame has made me turn inward, retreat from others, become a general recluse. I'm not living excessively because I can't afford it. And I hide my state of affairs from anyone on my level because it's humiliating. I study my hands for a moment, turning a thought over in my head a few times before it makes the jump to my lips. I'm surprised you're defending me at all.
Why would you be surprised?
Because I thought you hated me. I can tell by the expression washing across her pretty face that my comment isn't entirely off base.
I've never hated you.
She doesn't finish her thought. Could have fooled me. My gaze returns to the silky shadows of her top. I can tell she's not wearing a bra, which makes the gravity of this conversation lessen a little as I struggle not to imagine how her breasts would feel in my hands. I still remember that little blowout we had at the Red Rocks concert. That was the night she put me in my place, in more than one way. I'd always noticed her and paid attention to her since we first crossed paths, but it was around the time of that concert 3 years ago that we were running into each other more often. I'd thought we were vibing, but when I made an offhand comment backstage, she'd ripped me a new one and dropped the bomb that she was in a long-term relationship.
You were making fun of me, she says, crossing her arms.
No, I was flirting with you, I correct. Her brows draw together.
You were so cocky all the time it was hard to tell when you were being serious.
I was 23 then, so not exactly well-versed in shooting my shot. But I like to think that I've learned some things since then. Maybe I could attempt a do-over. Make it clear that this time I am fucking flirting. I reach for my guitar, finger-picking a tune as my gaze returns to her pink silk pajamas. You had a boyfriend at the time, didn't you?
I did.
I remember him. Real piece of work. My fingers trip over the strings, coaxing something soft and airy from the guitar. Still with him? Bella doesn't respond, but I can't help but press the issue. What does he think about you staying in Forklick for an extended time like this? She shrugs, shifting from one foot to the other. What does he think about you sleeping just feet away from the lead singer of Single Grain? I ask, strumming a chord.
He doesn't interfere with my work life, she says.
But her gaze is dancing all around the room, and she's flattening her hair even though there's no breeze in here. Something seems amiss. I don't know if she's single right now, but she won't say if she broke up with that guy. My guess is they're done, but I won't operate on assumptions. Well, let me make something clear. The next time you come into my room looking like that, I jerk my chin toward the pajama set I've already imagined peeling off her in 3 different ways. Make sure you have a different answer to my question. Bella's throat bobs and her back straightens. She stares at me for a moment before turning on her heel, moving stiffly toward the door.
I just remembered I didn't do my skincare routine.
Bella bumps into the doorframe, swearing loudly. Her cheeks go red.
It's bedtime, so...
She shuts the door behind her awkwardly, and her scurried footsteps recede in the direction of her own bedroom. I grin. Looks like there's something between Bella and me after all. And I can't wait to discover what it is.
Chapter 8. Bella. Cream, Bella dear. Ethel's warm voice startles me out of my early morning reverie. It's Monday, the day I approach the municipality. We've just finished eating pancakes and are wrapping up breakfast with some coffee. I'm supposed to be rehearsing my talking points and boosting my own confidence, but all I can think about is the sizzling moment in Jackson's bedroom last night. I stop staring out the window at the rolling soybean fields. Yes, I'd love some. Sorry. I rub my forehead as Ethel pours a little creamer into my still steaming coffee from a ceramic cow. It looks like it's puking milk into my mug. It's part of a huge collection of farm-themed accessories that crop up continuously in this kitchen. You're heading to town this morning, aren't you? I am. I clear my throat, trying to put Jackson's fiery gaze out of my head once and for all. He made it impossible to fall asleep last night, and I spent the wee hours reliving the way his gaze had scorched over my body. He'd infiltrated my dreams, and now he's threatening to ruin my Monday. Hooking up with America's Sexiest Bachelor is not on my forklick agenda. In fact, it seems like the actual worst idea I could conceive of. I don't know much about Jackson's dating history, but I sure know mine, and as a result, I'm single but totally not ready to mingle. 3 long-term boyfriends in adulthood had all resulted in dumpster fires of broken hearts and mismatched expectations. My takeaway? I'm perfectly capable of attracting a man, but keeping him just isn't in the cards. Deep down, I think it's something about me that's driving these guys away. And even though every inch of my body would kill for one sexy night with Jackson bed, my heart knows better. I'm done getting duped, disappointed, and dumped. I hope it goes well. You let me know if you need anything. Ethel's voice once again jerks me out of my relentless thoughts about her too sexy grandson. I can still hear the melody he was playing last night. It will probably echo in my head for the rest of my life. All you have to do is call, and I'll march right down there and say whatever you need me to. Do you think they'll give me trouble? I ask, just as Ethan's tractor and plow pulls into the northern field. Oh, they won't give you trouble, exactly. The way she trails off isn't reassuring. They're just a group of hard-headed old codgers is all. Great. I sip my coffee, surveying the rolling fields out the dining room's big bay window. It's peaceful here, and I've come to appreciate our morning routine. Since it's late April, Ethel informs me that Ethan is prepping a new field of strawberries, getting them planted and covered with netting. We've been watching him prep the area each morning for weeks. But there's something else in this bucolic farm morning that snags my attention. Jackson bed, yet a freaking again. He's running down the farm lane, kicking up dust as he sprints from the depths of the farmland. There's no gaggle of fans behind him, likely because this is private property, though I wouldn't put it past some of them. Ah, there's Jackson. Ethel muses to herself, as though there's anything else I could possibly be aware of other than him. I didn't realize he was such a runner. He never used to be. In high school, he mostly mucked around with his creative friends, the ones who would wear eyeliner and paint their nails. Eugene couldn't stand them. Ethel chuckles to herself. I'm sure Eugene would be proud of how far Jackson has come. I watch as Jackson slows as he comes up to the house. He stops near Baabara's palace, almost out of view from us, to visit with the sheep. He gives her a good head scratch before using the wall of her palace to stretch his calves and do some twists. Oh, he was, even though he couldn't fully show it. Ethel slowly turns her coffee mug in her hands as she speaks. That affected all the boys, not just Jackson. But you let him paint his nails and wear eyeliner with his friends? I ask. Of course. Ethel laughs. His brothers hated it too, mostly because we'd been so strict with them. But by the time Jackson was growing up, I'd loosened the rules a little. Besides, I could tell my Jackie boy had the hardest time with losing his parents. Don't get me wrong, it was hard on all of them, but he needed some extra rope. I wanted to give him that. I'd picked up on the slightly different dynamic between Ethel and Jackson compared to his older brothers. Colleen seemed to exist in a category all her own, perhaps just by virtue of being the only girl. The kitchen door opens, and Jackson comes in. His square shoulders and powerful frame fills the doorway. I can feel the air grow taut as soon as he shuts the door behind him. He grabs a pancake from the stove as he passes, taking a bite. "Morning," he mumbles. "How was your run, honey?" Ethel asks, gesturing for Jackson to sit with us. He pauses at the end of the table instead. "Good." He rips off another bite of pancake, then downs the whole thing. He goes back for another one, then returns to his spot at the end of the table. "Brisk. Are you heading back to California today?" Ethel asks. My insides grow tight. I've been both dreading and desperate for this answer. I want him to stay. I want to see where things go between us, almost as badly as I want him to disappear back to LA and not return until mid-June. "I've decided to stick around a bit longer, Gran." He cocks a half smile, squeezing her shoulder as he rips another bite from the pancake. "If it's okay with you, that is." "Oh, Jackie boy." Ethel's face is pure joy as she pats his hand on her shoulder. "I'd love nothing more." "I've got some things to work on, and I'm getting a lot done out here. I'll be working, but I'll be around." "I love having roommates," Ethel says, "especially since all of your siblings have run off and fallen in love, leaving the farmhouse empty." "You don't have to worry about that while I'm here. I'll stay until the strawberry jam," Jackson says, his gaze sliding over to me. Static electricity fills my chest, and I'm rooted to my seat, unable to do anything but return that desirous stare he's dishing out. "You just have to promise to help me get the plants in the ground," Ethel tells him. "I need all the help I can get." "I can help too if you need," I blurt. "I grew up in a farming family." Both Ethel and Jackson look at me with surprise. "I didn't realize," Ethel says. "Yeah, I love to get dirty." The dual meaning of my words sinks in, and I glance involuntarily at Jackson. A smile is curling the corner of his mouth, and my cheeks begin to burn. I mean, get my hands dirty. "What does your family grow?" Ethel asks. "Mostly corn," I tell her. Sweet corn, specifically. But my aunt always kept a huge garden, and my cousins and I would help her get the seeds in, weed the garden, all that good stuff. Ethel nods, her brows knitting together. "And your aunt, did you visit her often?" "Oh, she raised me," I say, sipping my coffee. As I set the mug down, I add, "I lost my parents when I was little, so my aunt took me in." Ethel reaches across the table to squeeze my wrist, and we share a sweet smile. I can feel Jackson's gaze sizzling on me again. The grace of good family members can make all the difference in a young person's life, I say, glancing over at Jackson. He's watching me so intently, I feel like I might melt on the spot. "That's the truth," Jackson says, dipping down to kiss his gran on the cheek. "Like this one right here. I'm off to take a shower." He grabs another pancake, then thuds up the staircase. Ethel chuckles, smiling wide. "That's my Jackie boy," she says with a sigh. I try to keep the same grin from overtaking my face. I might not have been the biggest fan of Jackson Bed over the past several years, but Jackie boy was a different story. I drain my coffee and excuse myself, ready to start my day away from Jackson. I hurry to grab my things while he's in the shower, and I manage to escape without any sexually charged encounters derailing my sanity or my future. The drive to Main Street is quick and uneventful. I waltz into the office at 9 a.m. on the dot, moments after the office clerk has unlocked the door. The interior is Spartan and underwhelming, as if they hadn't done a major upgrade since the building was constructed in the 1960s. At the main counter, 2 women watch me suspiciously as I set my folder down and beam brightly. Beside me, wire baskets line the counter, each one helpfully labeled. Water bills go here, electric bills go here. "How can I help you?" the blonde woman asks. Her name tag says Lucy. "I'm here to meet with the members of the municipal board," I inform her. "My name is Bella Keegan. I've been in contact with the office about plans for a festival here in Forklick, and I've got a meeting on the calendar for today." Lucy gasps. "Oh, that's right. The festival. Gosh, it sounds so exciting. I'll let Paul know you're here." While she heads into a back room, the other employee sizes me up. She's older, gray streaking her brunette hair. "You should probably know they're not fans of things like that," she says in a conspiratorial whisper. She straightens her back when Lucy returns, 2 men in tow. "This is Paul Fletcher and Frank Weingard, both members of the board," Lucy says quickly before resuming her position at her desk. Both men regard me briefly, nodding, barely making eye contact. It seems odd that they're meeting me out here as opposed to inviting me into an office, but I'm not sure how things work in Forklick quite yet. "Good morning, Paul. Frank," I say brightly, offering my hand to shake. "I'm Bella Keegan. We've been chatting via email."
Did you bring your plans?
Paul asks, his gaze flicking to the folder on the counter. Yes, they're right here." I open the folder, pulling out the map I've drawn up and the supporting documents. I hand them over, and they begin to review everything. "I was hoping we could sit down somewhere and chat about what I'm planning. This stands to be a big venture, but an even bigger boon for the area."
And you're imagining a live concert as part of this?
Frank looks up at me, squinting over the top of his bifocals. "Yes, with a major name headliner, someone who has proven to bring in the crowds." Neither seems interested in hearing the name of the act. Paul sniffs, flipping between the map and the other documents.
So you propose a festival that will bring in crowds. Do you know how many people will be in attendance?
"I am imagining several thousand," I say, with the potential of hitting 10,000 if all goes well. Paul grunts, looking over at Frank. I can tell my proposal is not landing the way I'd hoped, so I hurry to add, "The amount of commerce that will come to the area will benefit the local economy enormously." Frank closes the folder, sliding it my way.
I'm afraid we can't authorize this event as written. Not only does Main Street have a noise ordinance that goes into effect at 6 p.m., the number of people you mention is way beyond capacity for what Forklick can reasonably support.
My jaw drops. This isn't how it's supposed to go. I've barely been here 5 minutes. We haven't even gone into an office, for God's sake, and they're already poo-pooing the idea. "Wait," I laugh softly, holding up my palms. "Maybe there's been a misunderstanding. I know Forklick is small, but I have a plan laid out for supporting a crowd of this size. Furthermore, this is a festival with important economic benefits."
Unfortunately, with the way our codes are currently written, this proposal will need to be scaled back and modified to fit within the footprint of our downtown area.
Frank clears his throat and nods at me.
Scaled down to at least a quarter of the size, let's say. We can have Lucy here print out the current codes for your review.
I open my mouth to respond, but Paul cuts me off.
We might suggest something more acoustic as well for the noise ordinance.
"Acoustic," I reply.
Good luck,
Paul says, and they both retreat into the back office. I'm left slack-jawed. Lucy and the other employee grimace, and then Lucy slides a packet across the countertop for me to take. Of all the potential outcomes of this meeting, I hadn't envisioned this one. Sure, I know Forklick is small, but I have 3 pages of workarounds and support plans laid out. Not that they matter anymore. Scaling this event down to a quarter of the size means the beds won't even break even. That's a no-go for everyone. I mumble a quick thank you to the ladies and stumble out onto the street. There has to be a way around this. I could try name-dropping, starting a petition, collaborating more closely with Frank and Paul's enemies. I storm to my car, the brainstorming process churning to life. Paul and Frank can't clothesline this event. The beds are depending on me. And so is my promotion.
Chapter 9. Jackson. But then I felt your grace. I stopped strumming, repeating the line in my head. I retry the chord. And then I felt the truth. I tinker with the lyrics a bit more. The rest of the song is coming together, the third song on my new album, which is loosely titled The Basement Diaries, because that's where I've been spending my creative time this past week. The other working title for this new album is Plants Are Growing Better, I Hope, because my new amp is directed right at Grand's indoor garden, and maybe all these chord progressions are giving the seedlings the extra push they need to grow strong this season. Footsteps from above make me pause my lyrical experimentation. It's Sunday evening, and the family is set to arrive any moment for dinner. It's been a long, strange week, completely dedicated to songwriting, and Bella has been weirdly absent for how close she lays her head at night. It's almost like she's trying to avoid me. Out first thing in the morning after pancakes and coffee with Gran, then back for dinner or as close to bedtime as she can manage. I don't even see her long enough to ask her where she goes all day. Which would be fine if only I could stop imagining what I'd find under that silky pajama set I saw her in earlier this week. My phone vibrates and a quick glance shows that it's my drummer, Ben. He's been drumming for Single Grain for the past 3 years, after the first drummer didn't pan out. He and Ray, my bassist, are the core members of the backup band. Ben. Hey man, sorry it took me so long to get back to you. Not sure I have the space in my schedule to swing something like this. Have you tried Ray? I frown. I need a band for the Strawberry Jam performance, but I don't have the most compelling offer. The best I can do is a free place to stay, the other rooms in Gran's house, and a small sum for the appearance. While Ray and Ben are freakishly talented musicians, they weren't friends of mine or connected to me prior to me signing with the label. The label scouted and hired them, and even though we've grown close over the years, they have no obligation to me, only their own deals with the label. Since I can't exactly offer a compelling payday, I didn't imagine either of them would want to fly out to New York to rehearse my spur-of-the-moment set list. I'd still hoped for a miracle, though. Jackson. Yeah, I texted him too. He's in Europe. Not gonna work out. Ben. Shit, sorry. I'll be seeing you to record the next album in July, though, right? Jackson. Sure will. See you then. I set the phone aside, massaging my face as I contemplate my next steps. Not only am I broke by celebrity standards, I'm a rock star without a band. It doesn't get much worse than this. Footsteps thud again upstairs. This time it sounds like multiple people are walking across the floor. I tense, pausing my strumming so I can try to hear who might have arrived. Last week's semi-successful dinner was the last time I saw the family, except for Gran. I'm not sure what this week will bring. Bass undertones float from upstairs. Some general greetings drift through. It sounds like Ethan and Leah have arrived, along with Alex and Molly. I hear Bella's laugh, which sends something warm shooting through my body. Suddenly, I'm a lot more eager to get upstairs. He what? Ethan says. The surprise in his voice makes me curious. What is the news that I'm missing? I snap the amplifier off to get rid of the low-level buzz that it has, walking close to where I heard Ethan's voice.
Said, the basement, making music.
Gran's voice doesn't travel as well, but I instantly know they're talking about me. So he just holes up in your basement playing with his guitar? Alex's voice is next. What is he, 14 again? Ethan says with a laugh. It's true. I did escape down here to play music when I was younger. But I wasn't one of America's sexiest bachelors at the time, so it was a little different then. Gran says something, but I can't catch it over the swirl of my deep-seated resentments stirring to life. I'm not sure when my brothers will accept that making music can also be a job, and a worthwhile one. The bitter tang of all my unspoken retorts fills my mouth. I want so badly to march up there and give them a piece of my mind, to make sure that I never hear anything like this from them again. But then Bella pipes up.
Not 14, but a fully grown musical genius.
Her voice is clear, snappy, with an air of don't fucking question me.
If I were you guys, I'd be pushing him down the stairs and protecting that time in the basement. Half of America is gonna shit their pants when they hear what he comes up with down there.
The relative silence that thrums through the room above me feels like vindication. I can hear Ethan grumble something, and then the footsteps drift away. If I didn't know better, I'd think Bella has become a full-blown Jackson Bed fan. And honestly, it's pretty fucking hot. More footsteps above tell me it's time to head up there myself. I store my guitar and take the steps 2 at a time. Upstairs, Colleen is handing off one of the babies to Gran while Diane cradles the other. I make it a point to say my hellos to all the women, the ones who accept me as I am, and nod at my big brothers as I slide into my spot at the table.
Jackson's here,
Gran says with a nod.
We're all accounted for. Time to eat, beds and fellows.
While everyone gets situated, I notice that just Gran and Bella are bringing out the food dishes and distributing drinks. I stand up to help them, even though Gran shoos me back to my seat.
You sit down, she says. You've been working all day.
So have you, I tell her, grabbing a casserole dish full of mashed potatoes and head for the crammed dining room table. Though I'm glad you consider what I do down in the basement work, and not just dicking around like some 14-year-old. Bella's brows shoot up. Ethan winces as I set the casserole dish in front of him. I didn't mean it like that. I lift my palms. Hey, you're entitled to your opinion. Just let me know if you'd rather I don't contribute what I can to the festival that you all conceived of and needed music for. An awkward silence settles over the table, broken only by a few throats clearing and the dishes hitting the table. You'll never hear him say that, Leah says, sending Ethan a severe look.
Trust me, Jackson, you are going to be the highlight of this festival.
Thanks for that. I grin at Leah before surveying the rest of the table. My gaze lands on Bella, who's hiding her mouth behind the rim of her drink. I hope you all shit your pants once you hear what I come up with down there. Bacon snorts. Let's cheers to that. We clink glasses, and I catch Bella biting her bottom lip, holding in the laughter. The way she stuck up for me, especially when she didn't know I was listening, has me ready to make some moves. I've always felt like she and I had been one massive, ongoing missed connection. Maybe this visit to Forklick can fix that. I'm not leaving without trying.
Chapter 10. Bella. Do you want some? I ask Colleen, offering the wine bottle I brought out. We're on the front porch in the rocking chairs, looking out toward the dark road and into the strawberry fields across the street. It's still early in the season, but according to the beds, those fields will be crawling with pick-your-own enthusiasts by the end of next month. I can hardly imagine it. Everything is still, crisp, and barely illuminated by the crescent moon. We're wearing coats and have blankets over our laps, but are enjoying the night air all the same. The wine buzz helps with staying warm, too. Colleen shakes her head. Too much milk in these jugs to drink that wine, but I appreciate the offer. We've been out here chatting and laughing while Bacon and Jackson help inside with kitchen cleanup. I can see Baabara through the front windows, tucked into a corner of the kitchen. She's within bleeding distance of Jackson, just how she likes it, after having broken into the family dinner roughly around the time everyone was halfway through their meals. The twins have been asleep in their travel bassinet for at least an hour, which Colleen verifies by checking on them every 10 minutes. Colleen sighs happily, her gaze returning to the sight in front of us. You know, I never thought I'd be so happy to live in Fork Lick after growing up here, but it just feels right. I smile sadly. Something in her words resonates deep inside me, even though I've been staying far away from Bayshore. When you know, you know, I tell her. It's crazy how it all worked out, too. She muses. I always wondered how I'd find the man of my dreams living in Fork Lick. Turns out I had to travel and lie a little bit to find him, but now he's here alongside me. Love can find you, even in Fork Lick, I say with a giggle. For some reason, my mind goes straight to Jackson. Forked by love in Fork Lick. That would make a nice t-shirt, Colleen says. Bacon would have to wear it. Maybe we could add it to Bacon's merch lineup at the restaurant's gift shop, I suggest. Once our laughter has calmed, I slow the rocking of my chair. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you, did Bacon have any issues getting his permits for the restaurant when he first started? Colleen shakes her head, the moon dancing in her gaze. No, I don't think so. Why do you ask? I was planning on talking to you about this once we could sit down together, but I bite my lip, not wanting to alarm her or anyone in the family. I've been working all week on contingency plans, as well as different formulations of my original plan that might be more acceptable to the municipality. I don't want to sound the alarm until I have something else firmed up. I've hit a roadblock with the town. A roadblock? Colleen sounds alarmed, which makes my stomach sink. They claim the festival will violate noise ordinances, and that I'd need to restrict the attendance to a smaller head count. Colleen gasps. Now I can see real concern in her eyes, which makes me think I should have waited until a different time, like I'd originally planned. Don't worry, I'm working on some backup options, I tell her. Have you told them Jackson is headlining? She asks. Not yet. You have to tell them. Lucy works at the front desk, and she's obsessed with Jackson, and Lucy is Frank's niece, so she has some sway there. I nod, digesting the information. Seemed like nepotism, but who was I to judge? I had no idea. I'd name-drop Jackson. She advises me. That'll open some doors for you, I promise. I'll make sure he's okay with it, I tell her. A piercing scream breaks through the night air. Colleen immediately hops to her feet. I can tell that's Cassie just from the cry alone. I stay in the rocking chair, listening to Colleen and Bacon inside, tending to the babies, and then saying their goodbyes to Gran and Jackson. They come outside a moment later, giving me hugs. Instead of heading down the sidewalk to the road to walk home like they normally do, they head for the driveway. You guys didn't walk today? I call out. We drove straight here after running errands, Colleen says after she's clicked Cassie's car seat into place. Bacon loads up Danny, stores the stroller and bassinet, and I blow them both a kiss. They have the world's shortest commute, and I laugh to myself as I watch them back out of the driveway, drive forward for 5 seconds, and then park in the church's lot. The porch door swings open, footsteps fall across the worn wood, and then there's the scrape of the other rocking chair being moved across the porch. Jackson fills his chair, facing me, so close that our knees brush. Heat pours off him, and even in the dim light, I can see the intensity swirling in his eyes. He hasn't said a word, but his approach leaves no question about his intentions. Hello, I whisper.
So it seems to me that something has changed,
Jackson says. The desire dancing in his gaze nearly pulls me from the rocking chair and into his lap. What makes you say that?
You keep defending me.
He runs his thumb back and forth over his knuckles while his gaze sucks me in.
In front of my family, even. Are you a fan of mine? I could have sworn you weren't.
Responses form a logjam in my throat. I don't know how to admit the long, complicated history when his sizzling attention is unraveling me from the inside out. I've always been a fan, I guess. I just didn't want to show it. He smirks and nods.
Right.
You were unbearably cocky, especially when we first met.
I'll accept that. The corners of his mouth lift, but I've calmed down since then. I've become much more jaded, like a good celebrity should be. And you should know, I've always been a fan of yours, too. I'm grateful for the obscurity of night out here. He won't be able to see how my cheeks are heating up now, betraying me. Always? Since day one. His knees brush mine again, sending heat scattering through my limbs. I've got a thing for go-getter brunettes who run the show and know how to tell a guy off when he's too big for his britches. And we have matching wounds. That sort of thing means something, right? My eyes widen, and I'm so shocked he's noticed me all these years that I start to giggle. I clap a hand over my mouth. The poetry infused in his daily life is awe-inspiring. Matching wounds? We both lost our parents at a young age, and it doesn't hurt that my entire family vouches for you. He adds, hell, they might even vote me out of the family and put you in my place if I'm not careful. I laugh harder. This is unreal. The lead singer of Single Grain is giving me thoughtful feedback about what he's liked about me throughout the years. I could have sworn he never looked twice at me from the day we met, and now he's noticing our matching wounds. If he keeps going, I might swoon myself onto the floor of the porch. I think your position in the family is safe, I tell him, especially now that we've determined we're both fans of each other. I'll be less inclined to oust you from the Bed family. I want to take a picture of the grin that spreads across his face so that I never forget this moment or how warm it is to fall headfirst into Jackson Bed. Besides, I could never oust Jackie boy, I say with a shy grin, who treats his gran so well and coddles a naughty sheep, or the guy who's such a great uncle and who gets up early to run every morning, and that doesn't even include the musical accomplishments, which I don't think I need to get into. His warm hand lands on my knee, then inches up the side of my thigh. The heat of his hand against my jeans sends desire thumping through my veins. We can cover those later, he says. It's only fair that you tell me your childhood nickname now that you know mine. I bite my lip, thrilled by this unexpected demand for intimacy. I don't have to tell him, but I want to. Sweet Pea. Okay, Sweet Pea. Now let me ask you this question again. What does your boyfriend think about you sleeping one room over from me? His question damn near leaves char marks on my skin. His fingertips swirl an invisible pattern across my jeans, and this time I can't come up with any good reason to resist Jackson Bed. What boyfriend? I ask. The grin that slides across his face this time is even sexier than the last. Pure mischief and understanding. His fingertips dig under the bottom of my thigh, locking in. Claiming me, reminding me of the thing I've known all along. There's no harm in a little fling with America's sexiest bachelor.
Chapter 11. Jackson. The night around me melts away into a sensual blur. All that exists is Bella, her cobalt gaze glinting in the moonlight, her gardenia scent wrapping me in its soft embrace. But those edible pink lips are too far away for comfort. I hook my other hand beneath her thigh and tug her closer. She gasps, her knee fitting between my legs. I trail a hand up the side of her arm and into the silky haven of her hair. It's far softer than I imagined. I hum low, wrapping my fingers around the back of her neck. She shivers under my grip, arching toward me. Jackson? I'm enjoying the view of her from this close, though I want so much more than the rocking chair and front porch visibility will allow. Yes, Bella. Are you going to kiss me? I was thinking about it, I tease, my mouth drifting closer to hers. She wriggles in her seat. Our lips are only inches apart, and I like to see her squirm. Need to make sure you really want this first. She lets out a petulant huff. I do. I want it. That's all I need to hear. I knot my fingers in her hair and bring us together, our mouths meeting hungrily in the middle. Her pink lips slide like silk against mine, and the faint taste of wine mingles with her breath as we kiss. The first one is hesitant, introductory. The second one is downright indecent. Our tongues come out to play, and before long she's whimpering, fisting the front of my shirt. Bella likes it, and I like it even more. In the background of our kissing, I hear a faint shout. I don't have the brain power to focus on it, not when Bella's kisses have me rock hard and desperate to take her on the porch, onlookers be damned. Urgent clopping follows, like hooves against packed dirt. The hooves hit the wooden steps of the porch before my kiss-addled brain can put two and two together. I break the kiss just in time to see Baabara storming the porch. Jesus, Baabara! I lob a sigh just as she clatters our way, baaing angrily. She begins to headbutt the space between me and Bella, as though demanding we separate. I stand, pushing my chair back, which puts Bella at eye level with my crotch, and the noticeable ridge beneath my jeans. Her fault. Eyes up here, sweet pea. I lift her chin, smirking down at her. The front door of the house flies open a second later, and Gran is in the doorway in her nightgown, gazing with resignation out at Baabara. Gran sighs.
I thought you said you put her in the palace for the night.
Baabara headbutts me, pushing me away from Bella, who has recoiled into her rocking chair, laughing into her bent knees. I did. She must have escaped somehow. Baabara rams me so hard that I stumble a few extra steps away from Bella. I'll take her back and double-check the latch.
What's she so hell-bent on accomplishing right now anyway?
Gran throws her hands in the air.
I swear I never have problems with her, and then you show up and she's a different sheep altogether.
She really likes Jackson, Bella says, though you can barely hear her because Baabara's massive girth has completely trapped Bella in her seat. Come on, you, I tell Baabara, pushing at her butt, which has just a small layer of regrown fuzz since her late spring shearing. It's bedtime, and you know it. She begrudgingly follows me off the porch and back to her palace. I latch her inside again, where she watches me with sad eyes. Don't be jealous of Bella, okay? I pet her between her ears. I'll see you in the morning. Baabara baas softly as I return to the front porch. Bella is standing near the door, watching me with hungry eyes. I hurry up the steps, stopping inches from her. I'm almost a full head taller than her, and I curl my fingers around the back of her neck, gazing into her eyes. Should we take this upstairs? She nods, clutching at my hand on her neck. We race inside the house and up the stairs, pausing in the hallway briefly to steal a few kisses and make an important decision. Your bedroom or mine? I ask her, my lips grazing her hairline. Yours. There's no hesitation. We slip into my bedroom, and when the door closes, something electric shivers between us. Something serious. I dip down and capture her lips in a kiss, backing her up slowly toward the bed. We fall gracefully onto it, the frame creaking slightly as our weight meets it. As my fingers tangle in her hair, she's tearing at my shirt, wrestling it away from my body, clawing at my jeans. You're so ready, I murmur through a kiss. Dying for it, she gasps out. I let her undress me, pants to ankles first, then my t-shirt. When I'm left only in my boxer briefs, her gaze falls between my legs. But when she reaches for my cock, I tut and flip her over on the bed. She giggles as I ease her shirt over her head, leaving a trail of kisses along her spine as I go. Her jeans are the next to come off, and she's wriggling against the bed, looking over her shoulder at me with pure delight. "Now this is a pretty view," I say, tugging her panties down and flinging them aside. I flip her onto her back, and her cheeks flush as she watches me sink to my knees at the side of the bed. I hook my hands around her hips and tug. "Jackson," she breathes. "Is this too fast?" I press a kiss to her inner thigh, and then another. She shakes her head. "It's just right," she says. Once my hips stop jerking and we're left breathing heavily, watching each other, I press soft kisses along her jawline. "Congratulations," I whisper. "You just got forked in Forklick." The laughter that erupts from her lips is music to my ears. It's a sound I feel like I've been grooving to for a lot longer than I have. A sound I want to keep hearing beyond just a couple hookups in Forklick.
Chapter 12. Bella. I had envisioned a few different things for my time in Forklick. Planning a legendary festival? Absolutely on the list. Growing closer to the beds and becoming almost a surrogate member of the family? Inevitable. Waking up in the arms of Jackson Bed in his childhood bedroom after a night of mind-blowing sex where he actually opted to eat me out first, unprompted with surprising skill? Not on my Forklick bingo card. I stir in his arms, craning my neck to peer at the bedside clock. It's 9 a.m., which is late for both of us according to our regular routines. He grumbles something in his sleep and tightens an arm around me. I nestle into his embrace, blinking with wonder at the ceiling. I almost can't conjure my previous image of Jackson. Cocky, arrogant, shallow, easy to write off and ignore. This new version, Jackie Boy, is the type of man I fantasize about, the type of man I've been looking for, waiting for longer than I can admit even to myself. Or maybe I'm just being sentimental on the morning after. Jackson pulls me deeper into his arms. "Morning, sweet pea," he mumbles. "Good morning, Jackie Boy." He hasn't fully opened his eyes yet, but he's grinning. "Sleep okay?" "You made sure of it." He rumbles low with pleasure, his hands exploring the expanse of my naked body beneath the sheets. I giggle as his hands wander between my legs, then along my waist and between my breasts. He rolls over, pinning me with a kiss, morning breath and all. "I can't keep my hands or lips off you," he admits, nuzzling my neck. "Can I be excused for a quick trip to the bathroom?" "I'll allow it," he says. I give him another kiss and then slip out of bed, pulling on my panties and tucking my t-shirt over my head. In the bathroom, I'm still marveling at the turn of events. Morning breath kisses after the first night together? Another entry for the Forklick bingo card. I can't say I mind either. Something about Jackson makes me feel like we've known each other in a profound way for so much longer than we have. Once I've washed up and brushed my teeth, I pull open the door to find him heading my way for his turn in the bathroom. I squeeze his ass as we trade places, then cozy back up inside his bed. He rejoins me a few minutes later, his arms resuming their previous position around my waist. "You don't think we bothered Ethel last night, do you?" I'm suddenly worried it will be an awkward morning whenever we go down there. He pauses, then says, "If anything, she'll probably be happy. Gran loves it when matches happen." "Yeah, until they move out," I remind him with a laugh. "She's got us for a while longer," he says, his morning scruff a welcome friction against my neck as he nuzzles me. His comment is open-ended, and I'm feeling too good to even think about what happens after the while longer is over. I sigh suddenly, some of my to-do list crashing into my mind. Shoot, That reminds me, I need to head to the municipal office again today.
Yeah? What for?
They rejected my initial plans for the festival. It's the first time I've admitted it to anyone other than Colleen last night. It's embarrassing, like admitting I don't know what I'm doing. And maybe I could have researched better, but I want to pull this off from start to finish on my own, so there's no doubt remaining about whether I'm ready for this promotion.
They did?
Jackson's brows draw together.
Wait, is Frank still working there?
Yeah, he was one of them. He scoffs.
Yeah, Frank is a stickler when it comes to basically anything, I've heard. What's the issue this time?
Too many people and a noise ordinance. I summarize.
Did you tell them that I'm going to headline?
I didn't mention that because you hadn't announced it yet. Besides, he didn't seem like a guy who would be swayed by single grain. He props his head on his arm, studying the ceiling.
You can tell them I'll be a part of it. In fact, let me go down there with you. I bet I can get them to come around.
I grin over at him. You'd go to bat for me like that?
Of course. I'm ready to attach my name to the festival, even though I can't promote it as a single grain show. In fact, I don't even know who my band will be. At this point, it might have to be just me up there.
Wait, your band can't come? He shakes his head, rolling onto his side. His gaze follows his fingers as he traces invisible patterns up my arm and over my collarbone.
They're booked or uninterested, or maybe both, but I won't see them again until we hit the studio in July to record the final album for Single Grain.
I blink rapidly. The final album?
The last one I'm on the hook for contractually.
He heaves a sigh.
And I don't plan on renewing. It's scary to think about, but Single Grain might be done for soon, unless they agree to change some things in the next contract.
I can't imagine they wouldn't. I run my fingers back and forth across the small tangle of hairs on his chest, but he doesn't seem to hear me. He's frowning up at the ceiling, stress wringing his features. And besides, you don't need a band to pull off this show. Honestly, you could convince most of your fan base to show up, even if the plan was to sing your grocery list. He cracks a grin.
Maybe.
Is there someone locally you could ask to perform with you? He's quiet, and I could almost hear the gears turning in his head. I bet we could find some up-and-coming bands who'd be down to rehearse with you in the meantime, I suggest after he's been quiet for a few moments.
I like the ideas.
Jackson taps his chest, his eyes darting back and forth across the ceiling.
You know, you inspired me. I know exactly who I'll ask.
Who's that? He turns back onto his side, grinning at me from ear to ear.
The band I used to play with right before I signed with the label.
My fingers wander back to the patch of chest hair, eventually meandering farther south, tripping over the ridges of his abs. So the members of Single Grain aren't your original band?
No, the label brought them in. Excellent musicians, but not my friends. The guys I used to play with in New York are great musicians and friends, but they never had any interest in selling out like I did.
He laughs wryly.
So they stayed here when I headed out west. I'll see if they're interested in coming around.
That's a great idea. The pinging of my phone yanks me from our morning brainstorming nest. I reach for it, finding some texts from my boss that I need to respond to. I should get ready for the day. My boss is texting already. Jackson grunts his agreement, checking his own phone as I slowly sit up and stretch. He swears softly. Everything okay? I ask.
I need to call my agent real quick.
He sighs, making the call on speakerphone while he rolls out of bed. He's rummaging through his suitcase as his agent picks up.
Hey, that was quick,
a smooth voice says.
Just wanted to touch base about the plan, Artie.
Jackson says, pulling out a t-shirt. I begin to collect the rest of my discarded clothes from last night.
Aren't you up early? It's 6 in L.A. Deals never sleep, friend. Just so you know, I won't be playing single grain songs at the festival out here. It's all new stuff that I'm writing in my grand's basement, so there's no worry about stepping on the label's toes. I'm even going to find different musicians. Okay, I see the angle.
Artie pauses just as I discover my leggings buried beneath Jackson's crumpled t-shirt.
I have different material for the album.
Jackson goes on. The way he's talking about it sounds like he's already made up his mind, which is probably a good idea based on how bad he says the contract is. I sling my leggings over my shoulder and resume the hunt for my bra.
The final one?
Artie asks.
Yeah, I haven't renewed the contract, and this upcoming one is the last one I'm on the hook for. You remember.
There's a long, deadly silence, so long that even my stomach turns. Jackson finally says,
Artie, you there? Jackson, you don't read your paperwork, do you?
The tone in Artie's voice makes me forget the hunt for my bra. I look sharply at Jackson, who meets me with an alarmed gaze.
What are you talking about?
Jackson asks.
Your contract auto-renewed 2 weeks ago.
Artie says.
You never reached out about renegotiation, so it auto-renewed.
I don't know what this man looks like, but there's something in his voice that suggests he's got a robotic lack of facial expression, or possibly missing a soul altogether. Jackson nearly chokes.
Excuse me? Auto-renewed? Yes, it's in the contract, Jackson, the one that you signed.
Artie sounds annoyed now. I want to reach through the phone and slap this man.
And you couldn't even give me a heads up?
Jackson spits.
Talked it over? Taken the temperature of the room? For fuck's sake, Artie. You never expressed wanting to end the contract completely.
Artie states.
The fuck I didn't!
Jackson is nearly bellowing now. I can't believe I'm witnessing this unfold, and I'm so angry on Jackson's behalf, my insides are all twisted up.
Whose side are you on, anyway? You know I wasn't happy with that fucking contract, and you went ahead and let it auto-renew anyway? Jackson, listen. No, fuck you. Artie, this shit is ending now. I'm finding a new agent. But the contract stipulates that the negotiating agent retains another year minimum of work after renewal.
Artie says, sounding far less sympathetic than one would imagine after delivering such devastating news to a client.
So, I'm sorry that you're unhappy, but business is business, man. Why don't you go for a run and think it over? I'll find a way to get you an extra percentage, and we'll work through this together. At least for the next year, you're stuck with me.
Jackson is fuming as he ends the call. He buries his face in his hands.
You heard all that, right?
I did. I drift back toward the bed, abandoning my intentions to get dressed and move on with my day. That's ridiculous. He can't be serious. Jackson's jaw flexes as he clenches and unclenches his fists. Then he reaches for his laptop on the nightstand.
I'm going to look at the contract again.
I want to see it too. I need to know the chokehold they have on him and how the people looking out for him could do something like this. Jackson clicks angrily through different screens.
It's convoluted as fuck. I remember that much. Might as well be written in Middle English.
I sit gently on the bed next to him, my stomach doing somersaults as I await the document. He pulls it up, and we both scroll through it, squinting at the legalese. He's right. It's cryptic, it's intense, and it's never-ending. I need to hire a lawyer just to understand what I'm looking at. But based on what I overheard just now, I can't sit back and let Jackson deal with this alone. Can you send me a copy of this? I ask. I want to get extra eyes on it.
I don't want this leaking.
He begins. Full discretion, I promise. I just need other people's eyes on this to get some ideas about where to go from here. Because Jackson, I promise you. I cup the side of his face, forcing his worried gaze to meet mine. I'm going to do whatever I can to help you.
Thank you,
he says softly. We're going to figure this out, I promise him, pressing my lips to his in a brief kiss. Together. Chapter 13. Bella. A few days after Jackson's horrible news, daily life has settled into something shy of pure bliss. We've managed to store Artie's unsavory revelations somewhere in the background as we resume our honeymoon status. I'm certain Ethel has noticed that we spend breakfast each morning grinning at each other, but if she suspects anything, she doesn't let on. But it's hard not to spend every possible second with Jackson now that we've broken the dam. When he's not making music or going for a run, I'm at his side. We send each other off with a kiss each morning and check in with meaningful, sincere texts through the day when we're apart. When it comes time to head back to the municipal office with my updated proposal, Jackson is at my side, squeezing my shoulders, cheering me on. As soon as we cross the threshold into the office, Lucy bolts upright, stars practically shooting from her eyes. Hello there, she says brightly, almost psychotically. I certainly didn't get this level of enthusiasm when I came in by myself.
Hey there.
Jackson's voice is as smooth as butter. He takes his sunglasses off slowly, grinning at Lucy an extra second or two. He's really working the charm, and the way her cheeks light up tell me it's having its intended effect.
Lucy, right?
Yes, that's me. She laughs, pressing a hand to her chest as she floats from her desk to the counter. So good to see you, Jackson. What brings you back to Forklick? Jackson struts up to the counter, his leather jacket crinkling as he leans against the surface. I almost want to let him handle this whole thing based on the effect he's having on Lucy.
Did you hear? My big sister Colleen had twins.
His cool smile almost makes me giggle. That's amazing! Congratulations! Lucy turns to her brunette counterpart, who was still parked at her desk, but watching everything closely. Did you hear? Colleen Bed just had twins. Oh, I heard, the brunette says with a quick smile. So happy for your family. I heard already, too, Lucy admits in a lower voice. In fact, I'm pretty sure everyone in Forklick knows by now.
I figured,
Jackson says. I open my mouth to slide into the conversation, but Lucy takes a hard detour. I roll my lips inward as I listen to her chatter about recent developments in town, followed by incessant gushing about his music, and then finally a request for pictures. Jackson withstands about 20 selfies before I realize we've been standing here for over 15 minutes. Jackson must be able to sense my desire to get this show on the road because he says,
Lucy, you know, I'm here with Bella today because we need to talk to Frank and Tall Paul about this thing we're planning.
I narrow my eyes. Tall Paul?
He's on a trivia team. That's what he goes by.
Jackson informs me quietly. Lucy's eyes widen. That's right. You know, I've been talking to my uncle, trying to explain to him why this event is so necessary.
That's so sweet of you, Lucy. You didn't have to do that.
Jackson murmurs, touching his chest. I believe in what you're trying to do. Lucy's face looks so sincere, I almost laugh. Whenever you get a moment to bring Paul and Frank out, I pipe up, the sound of my own voice strange after being lost in their gush-a-thon for so long. I'd love to show them the updated plans. Lucy nods at me, as though noticing me for the first time. Absolutely. 1 second. She scampers into the back room. Jackson remains in his cool guy leaning posture, winking my way. A few moments later, Lucy comes out from the back hallway with Paul and Frank in tow. She quietly resumes her position at her desk while Frank and Paul lumber our way.
Been a while since a bed's been in to see us,
Paul says, sounding almost jovial.
Just wanted to remind you all that we're still here.
A gruff noise emerges, something like a laugh, before Frank interjects.
So, has there been an update?
Yes, I have the updated proposal here, along with what I sent to both your emails. I open the folder I brought and slide a copy of the proposal to each of them. One can never be too prepared or submit the same material in too many formats. I understand your concerns about the head count, but I want you to know that I've spent the last week and a half collecting signatures from local businesses and residents attesting to their desire to see an event like this come through. Paul and Frank seem unfazed as they flip through the paperwork. 300 signatures. I go on, which to me seems like a good portion of voters who would love to see a festival like this take place.
A petition doesn't override government,
Frank grumbles. Now, with regard to the noise ordinance, I press on, unwilling to let his attitude shake me. I'm proposing that we alter the festival's start and end time. The headlining act, which will be Jackson here, has agreed to stop performing at 6 p.m. on the dot. There won't be any amplification issues after that time. Frank clears his throat, but says nothing. Paul's eyes have glazed over.
The volume of bodies and traffic is still the main issue,
Frank says, pushing the packet back my way. I can tell he's getting ready to dismiss me again, but Jackson steps in before I have a chance to.
Frank, you know as well as I do that Forklick needs something like this, not at the expense of Forklicker safety,
he says gruffly.
This festival is first and foremost to save the family farm, Jackson says. You know that, right? I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of the debt my granddad left behind with the way news travels here. We're trying to get Gran set up for a safe and comfortable retirement because she deserves that. And the best way I know how to get people here is to play music. But that won't just benefit my family. It's going to benefit every entrepreneurial family in this entire county. That's not nothing, Frank. I understand the economic benefits, he says, starting to back away from the counter. But with the current layout of downtown and the arrangement of egress points, a festival of this size poses a threat, pure and simple. We don't have the public safety manpower to manage that kind of crowd.
Jackson deflates, but only briefly.
Fine. But what if I promise you to keep the head count in check? You can trust me. You've known me forever, Frank. Come on.
Frank huffs, peering over his bifocals at Jackson.
I do know you, son, and I know you promised me you hadn't toilet papered my house your junior year of high school, but I caught you on video red-handed. Your promises don't mean much. Now, I'd like to see this festival happen, but I just don't think it's going to work. Sorry.
He turns and heads back into the office, Paul close behind. We say a quick goodbye to Lucy and the other receptionist before heading out into the early May afternoon. Spring is springing, and when the sunlight hits, it almost feels like summer.
Fuck,
Jackson says once we've walked a few paces away.
I really didn't think he'd throw that in my face after all these years.
The joys of coming from a small town, I tell him. He sighs, raking a hand through his hair.
Hey, you hungry? Maybe we can go brainstorm while we eat.
We head to Lick Your Fork, which is just across the street. Instead of the back patio, we opt for a booth in the middle of the chaos. Sometimes Fork Lick seems like an abandoned town if you're just walking through, but this diner is always hopping at all hours of the day. Once we've been served waters and ordered our food, Jackson leans forward conspiratorially.
What if we host the festival at the farm?
His brows arch, and I get lost in the amber flecks of his eyes as the idea sinks into me. Bedfellows?
Yeah, we've got tons of acres, like 500. You've been living there. You know how enormous it is. Don't you think some part of it might work for a festival like this?
I turn the idea over in my head. My vision had always included the quaint downtown of Fork Lick, not barns and soybean fields and tractor equipment. I wanted boho backdrops along the brick buildings of downtown classic Main Street vibes. But after so much resistance from Frank, I don't know if that vision will ever become a reality. Maybe Jackson is right. It might be time to shift to a new vision.
My brothers and I could build the stage, Jackson goes on. That way we can make sure the land is protected. I know Ethan especially will pitch a fit about that, and to make sure my granddad doesn't turn over in his grave.
The more he talks, the more I grin. While it wasn't my original vision, I do love the idea. This has Woodstock vibes all over it, and I like that direction a lot, possibly even more than my original plan. I think this sounds wonderful, I tell him, as long as your family agrees. But I have a sneaking suspicion they will. Plus, it seems like a nice chance for you and your brothers to come together on something, and for them to learn more about you. Jackson eyes me, twirling his napkin-wrapped silverware on its end.
I suppose. I'm touched you even care about our relationship.
You might even go as far as telling them more about the deal you signed, I suggest. His face darkens, and I hurry to add more, even though the idea just leapt out of my mouth. I only say that because it seems like something major that they don't understand about you.
Why do they need to?
Jackson asks. Because telling the truth about it might set you free. It sounds cliché, but it could be the most solid path forward for him. I can't help but think about his predicament and imagine ways for him to escape it. I can't even say how he'd be set free from it this way, but he might find out if he explored it a little more. And just imagine, if you told the world about it, you might be able to mobilize your fan base. I go on. Maybe this is a little idealistic, but it's making sense in my head. They love you. They're so protective of you. If anyone has a shot at scaring your label into walking something back, it's your fans. Jackson doesn't look convinced, and I think I know why. because my suggestion is based on him admitting something shameful, and who wants to do that? Our food arrives, a Southwest bean wrap for Jackson and a chicken Caesar salad for me, and we dig in, our previous conversation fading away. As we munch on our food and share sweet smiles, I realize something unsettling. Everything feels perfect. Despite the uncertainty of the festival and the shit show of Jackson's deal, there's something steady and warm between us that exists beyond the stress and the anxiety. I don't know how I ended up in Forklick sharing lunch with Jackson Bed, but I'm too scared to question it. I don't want this to go away. But I know better than anyone that this sweet union between us has a ticking clock attached to it. Once the strawberry jam happens, all the sweetness we found here in Forklick will only live on as memories. My promotion and the next chapter of my life far away from LA and Forklick will make sure of that.
Chapter 14. Jackson. It's another Sunday dinner, the day I planned to broach the idea of hosting the strawberry jam at Bedfellow's farm. Bella is convinced that no one will have a problem with it based on how excited they all are for it to happen in the first place. But I know my brother's attachment to this land, especially to my granddad's vision for this farm. That vision lives on in them, even if they aren't vocal about it. Everyone is gathering. The babies are fidgeting and fussing. Bella is mixing her bespoke beverages, and I'm bringing dishes out to the table. Baabara watches with beady eyes through the side door, though the headbutting hasn't started yet. Once all the siblings and significant others are assembled around the table, I dive right in. "Attention, everyone!" I use my booming voice, which quiets the chatter immediately. All eyes turn to me. "Thank you." I take a seat. I wanted to float an idea past everyone. It's something Bella and I have been thinking up, and it's time to present it to the family. "Ooh," Colleen murmurs, leaning forward as she glances between the two of us. "Is this going where I think it's going?" Bella laughs, her cheeks turning pink. "No." "This is about the strawberry jam." I glance at Bella, who encourages me to continue. She wants me to take the lead on this conversation since it's my family's land. In case you all haven't heard, Bella has been fighting roadblocks from the municipal office at every turn. They've rejected her proposal and the revised plans, which means that the festival cannot happen as of right now. Molly gasps, and Leah turns to Ethan, looking concerned. Disappointment shudders across the table. "But we have a backup plan for the backup plan," I go on, once Bella sends an extra warm smile my way. "We need to run it by you all and get your thoughts, and possibly the green light." "Let's hear it," Ethan says, crossing his arms. Alex and Sam nod their agreement. "We think the strawberry jam should take place right here at Bedfellow's farm." When Ethan's brows start to dip toward the middle of his face, I hurry on. "A lot of decisions will need to be made about how to best protect the land, but we have so much space. It's crazy to think that we couldn't use some small part of it for this purpose. Bella and I have calculated that we'd need just 2,000 attendees to raise the funds needed by the farm. We already know there are likely way more interested in the event than that. With some strategic planning, I think we can find a way to pull off the event and be good stewards of the land." A few moments pass as everyone looks around the table. I'm trying to take the temperature of the room, but my brothers' faces are inscrutable. Gran, on the other hand, looks enchanted by the idea. "Any thoughts?" Bella asks hesitantly, when nobody has offered a reaction. Colleen bites her lip, glancing around the table. "Can I be honest?" After I nod, she gushes. "I love the idea." "Me too," Molly says, propping her chin in her hand. "I think it will be more than just a festival. It'll be an homage." "Exactly," Leah pipes up, smiling over at Ethan.
And it'll make transportation of all our goods a lot easier. And we could even offer educational opportunities, Diane adds, clapping her hands together. They'll make more sense out here, too.
Bella and I share an excited smile. But Ethan still hasn't budged. And both Alex and Sam look like they're about to lodge some complaints. 2,000 people? Sam finally says. Equals 4,000 feet ready to stomp on my soybeans, Ethan says with a frown.
We don't have to go anywhere near the soybean fields, Bella says. I've drawn up some potential maps, but since I'm not an agricultural expert, I was hoping to get input from you guys before finalizing anything. I think we can arrange this so no crops are threatened, as long as we're strategic.
This is her forte, I remind my brothers. Alex rubs the back of his neck. Sounds like it could be really cool, as long as we plan correctly. Looking at Ethan, he says, "You didn't plant the side field this year, did you?" Ethan shakes his head. "We could use that as the main area then," Alex suggests. "It's not too deep into the property, but still accessible off the back drive." "What does the performance area even need?" Ethan asks, looking between me and Bella. "Are we talking a stage?"
A stage and some other critical infrastructure like porta potties, Bella says. It would all be customized to whatever layout we decide works best for the footprint of the festival within the farm.
"And maybe the Bed Brothers could build the stage ourselves," I say, looking between Alex, Ethan, and Sam. "If you guys have time in your schedules." "That's a great idea," Sam says without hesitation. "I'm in," Alex says. Ethan gives a curt nod. "Probably for the best, given the situation." I look around the table, finding happy smiles all around. So far, there's only been one person who hasn't chimed in. Gran herself. "What do you think, Gran?" I look over at her as her gaze bounces between all of us. Something warm shines in her gaze, and it takes her a moment to respond.
I think this is the best idea I've ever heard at this table, she says. I'm so proud of you kids, and I can't wait to see you all work together to make this thing happen.
Bella's grin is ear to ear across the table. I feel like we made a lot more progress here than just green-lighting an idea. But there's more burbling inside of me. "I'm excited too," I say. "I plan to finance as much of the build as I can, but I might come up short. I want you all to know that." I'm bracing myself for a snarky comment from Ethan. He seemed to understand the least why I couldn't just pay $750,000 and bail out the family farm at a moment's notice. "You'd think it would be easy being America's most famous rock star right now," Ethan says quietly, just as expected.
Sexiest bachelor,
Leah corrects. "Close enough," Ethan grumbles. As I watch my siblings avoid my gaze, I realize that maybe it's time to take Bella's advice. Time to dive headfirst into the one thing I never wanted to admit to the people sitting here. You all should know a little bit more about why I can't just finance everything. I take a quick sip of my drink. Bella called it the Jackie Boy. The gin sizzles through my veins. When I moved out west 5 years ago, I signed a bad deal. Pretty much 90% of every dollar my music earns goes straight to my record label and agent. I'm left with what feels more like a monthly stipend. They've got me in a chokehold, and I've been so embarrassed about the fuck-up that I've kept it to myself. I didn't want you all to think I was stupid, because I was very stupid to sign that contract.
You were 20 years old without a lawyer or any guidance,
Bella speaks up.
Oh, Jackie boy.
Gran rubs at my back, shaking her head.
I had no idea.
Molly's face creases with concern.
That's so horrible, Jackson.
We had no idea, Alex says gruffly. Ethan's frowning down at the table, seemingly lost in thought. I'm real sorry to hear that, little brother. The rest murmur their condolences, and I take a deep breath. Bella's watching me so warmly, so sincerely, that I think I'm actually in love with her. Between the family confession and the group project, I feel like a new man. I didn't mean to derail dinner. Barely anybody has touched their plates. I scoop some mashed potatoes into my mouth. We don't have to keep talking about this.
I like talking about this,
Colleen says, rocking one of the twins in her arms in the same cadence as Bacon at her side with the other twin.
The festival, I mean. It's inspiring. The strawberry jam is going to be epic. Record-breaking.
It's going to be how we raise the money this farm needs to get out of debt, Ethan says. And to stay solvent for the future, Sam adds.
We just need to be prepared for the volume, Bella says. The infrastructure is key. Porta potties, water stations, bars for serving drinks. It will be a big job.
Alex smiles, looking over at Bella. I think we're ready for it. Yeah, if anyone can pull it off, I say, it's us. The bedfellows. I reach across the table, snagging Bella's hand in mine. With Bella at the helm. Her cheeks turn pink and there's a chorus of gasps. I guess this is my public announcement about our relationship. Unless it's a situationship and I'm not aware. But I feel too strongly about Bella to let her go after this, even though my head knows that's a conversation better suited for the future.
Am I about to lose another set of roommates? Gran asks with a sigh. This is a surprise.
Colleen laughs incredulously.
How has Baabara taken the news?
Thud, thud. I twist in my seat, finding Baabara headbutting the door. She must have spotted me holding Bella's hand. She'll have to get over it, I tell Colleen. I don't think I've ever felt so united with my family before. My heart is full, practically bursting, and I hope the feeling lasts, because no matter how good things get in Forklick, I've still got a whole nasty reality to confront back in Los Angeles once this bubble bursts.
Chapter 15. Bella. Life at Bedfellows Farm becomes a blur over the next few weeks. May completely dissolves in a flurry of construction. The stage, a few custom bar areas, new signage for the festival, and more. Seeing the Bed brothers wandering around with 2x4s slung over their shoulders qualifies as softcore porn, and watching Jackson build things with his bare hands damn near impregnates me. Good thing Diane has been on hand filming content for when we announce on social media, because once Jackson's fans get a whiff of him wearing dirty jeans while shirtless, this festival is going to go viral. Colleen visits with the babies as often as she can, offering input, design suggestions, and layout critiques. Slowly, the stage is finished. 3 main covered bar areas are erected, though the massive tents to protect our festival goers from the sun will be put up closer to jam day. Molly has completely handled the cleaning and repurposing of one of the unused barns, which will now be used as the educational area. The strawberry jam will offer classes. Molly teaching about composting toilets, Diane about seed saving, Gran about indoor gardening, and Bacon with a cooking demo. In mid-May, exactly 1 month prior to the event, I send out the formal press release, the same day the time the Pick Your Own Strawberries operation opens for the season. It's a tight turnaround, and I know festival goers will complain about the lack of planning time, but it's intentional. We plan to cap attendance at 3,000, strictly for land concerns. It's a good thing we set the limit, too. The strawberry jam instantly goes viral after it's announced. Jackson Bed, not Single Grain, as headliner, makes a splash in all the music spaces. Tickets sell out in a half hour, and the website I created for the event immediately crashes from too much traffic. I shouldn't be surprised, but a day after the press release and social media video showcasing Jackson's abs while hoisting lumber, I have almost 10,000 emails and inquiries waiting for me in the special event email I created, demanding to know if more tickets will be released. Based on the response, I double my security plans for the event, including extra protection for Jackson, a bodyguard named Gretchen who is a former collegiate taekwondo champion. The beds are overjoyed with the news, and so is my boss. Everything feels like a success already, but I know better than to tap into that feeling too soon. No celebration until after a successful event wrap. That's rule 1 of event planning, at least in my book. The farm looks like a proper event venue by early June, which sparks ever livelier conversations during Sunday dinners. Jackson starts practicing outdoors with the full band, 2 of his former bandmates who have been commuting from NYC to rehearse and hang out. His set list is ready, and everything I've overheard thus far already has me swooning and rocking out. I don't think I've ever been this excited for an event. It's the level of buzz I'd envisioned, but turning out so much better than I'd dared to hope. The same holds for Jackson, too. He and I are like honeymooners, making out in broad daylight, squeezing each other's asses, running out for cute dinner dates and climax, which inevitably ends in climax in the other sense. But the closer we get to the festival date, the more I start to worry about what comes next. I'm strolling the farm one June morning, checking out the progress and refining the to-do list. We're about 10 days until showtime. My boss calls, and I answer with the loud chirping of birds behind me. "Katerine, how are you?" "Oh, good, good. Just enjoying all of the social media commentary about the strawberry jam. They're calling it the rebooted Woodstock. Man, you really pulled off the announcement of the century, didn't you?" The sunshine warms my face as I walk, baking in the sense of accomplishment. I guess so. I wouldn't mind this festival going down in history. It just needs to be for the right reasons. Let's hope we make it through the event with nothing catastrophic bringing it all crashing to the ground. You'll be fine. You're a seasoned pro. Katerine's words are a balm to the anxieties that have been thrumming through me since we switched to the more complicated, but overall better task of hosting this festival on the farm. "I appreciate your belief in me," I tell her. "Of course I believe in you," she responds. "Why else would I recommend you as the Assistant Director of Operations for the Southern Hemisphere?" I stop in my tracks, kicking up dust on the road below me. "What?" "I put in my formal recommendation yesterday," Katerine goes on. "With how hard you've been working and how strong of a performer you are, when the position opened up, I couldn't think of anyone better." I'm too stunned to respond, to blink, to move. Katerine is a regional director, so this promotion would put me en route to her level. This is more than I expected, and Southern Hemisphere implies, "Oh my God," I finally spit out. "Thank you. And where exactly in the Southern Hemisphere?" I can hear her grin through the phone. "Australia." I swallow a squeal of excitement. "Are you serious?" "So serious. I know how much you love the travel aspect of the job. It just seemed like a great fit." I'm almost choking. I'm so excited. "Yes, wow, I don't even have words. Thank you." "We'll make it all official once this festival wraps, okay?" Katerine and I end the call a moment later, and I'm left grinning into the sun in Forklick. Thousands of miles away from where I'll be in just a few months' time. Away from everything and everyone. Instead of the bouncy bliss I expect, I feel a strange weight in my chest. I don't have time to dive into that. There's too much to do on the farm, too many things to check off the list. I zip around the property, cranking through my tasks for the day. When I finally get a chance to take a break, my thoughts instantly settle on what my life might be next month, and more importantly, where. This is what I've been working toward. This is the big deal. I can't wait to tell Jackson. But what about Jackson? The thought crashes through me like a surprise UFO into a barn. Oh God, what would Australia mean for Jackson and me? Anxiety threads through my limbs sneaky fast, undoing the high I've been riding since my call with Katerine. I should be nothing but excited about this, but the nagging doubts linked to Jackson have me feeling like a lead balloon. Logistical questions are all I can think of as I visit the stage area and check out the educational barn. How will he come visit with the money he's making now? He could come once a year, twice maybe. I could probably sneak away once or twice. But is that going to be enough? Does he even want something like that with me? When I return to the farmhouse, I see Colleen's car in the driveway. Ethel and Colleen are on the porch, Danny in Colleen's arms as they look at the potted plants Ethel has just added to the front. Inside, Jackson is holding Cassie. "Look who it is," Jackson coos to the baby. "Auntie Bella." The sweet term only makes me feel worse. How could I be an auntie from Australia? Still, I force a smile, stroking the baby's head. Auntie Bella won't be coming around too much after this is all over, which makes a different type of sadness cycle through me. "Everything okay?" Jackson's question feels more like a spear, and I find concern in his gaze as I look up at him. "Yeah, why?" I feel caught. The way he's watching me tells me he already knows something is wrong. "You just feel off, or something." Fuck. We're already at that stage. Guess there's no hiding anything from Jackson. I nibble on my lip, trying to find the best words to summarize the news. I want him to understand how important this is to me, but I also want him to know that I realize what it means for us. But I don't want to assume that he's looking for something long-term because we haven't spoken about it, and... "What's going on?" he urges. I swallow hard. "I got some news." I try to sound bright. I offer him a small smile. "My boss called. She's really happy with how I've been handling this festival, and she said she recommended me for a big promotion as a result. It's, pretty huge." I search his face, trying to find some hint there of what he might want for us after the festival. "I've been working toward this promotion for a long time, actually." "Hey, that's awesome." Jackson's genuine smile distracts me for a moment. "I'm so proud of you, Sweet Pea. It's what you wanted, right?" "Yeah, exactly." My voice sounds hollow, even to me. "It's just kind of long-term." "Yeah?" "Abroad." Jackson nods. "That's awesome, right?" I fiddle with the baby's hand, smoothing the pad of my thumb over her smooth skin. This feels like a test to see who will mention us first. But if it's not on his mind, it shouldn't be on mine. It'll put me in one spot, which is kind of a surprise. I tell him, "I've been kind of nomadic for a while, but I guess as of next month, I'll call Australia home." His eyes widen, and he nods slowly. "Okay, that's pretty far." "Yeah." Silence joins the room, broken only by the baby's little gurgles. "Are you going to take it?" "Yeah." I feel definitive about that. I can't not. "If this is your dream, you need to go after it," he says simply. He smiles again, but it looks strained this time, which just confirms what I knew to be true. Jackson and Bella only exists until the strawberry jam wraps up, and I need to start figuring out how to disentangle my heart from this man.
Chapter 16. Jackson. "Beautiful Bella," I croon. My fingers trip over the guitar strings. I've been working on this song in secret for the past month, but in the past week it's gotten particularly painful. Since I learned Bella would be moving halfway around the world in just a few weeks' time. I strum the bridge forcefully. She has no idea I've been writing this song for her, or that I plan to reveal it at the Strawberry Jam. I'm not sure it will be well received anymore. Ever since she broke the news of the promotion, she's been only half present. But I'm not one to shit on anyone's good news. Bella doesn't need me to remind her that Australia is a 17-hour plane ride away from LA. I'd make the trip weekly to see her if she wanted me to, if I could afford it, if she seemed like she even wanted something like that. I try to put it out of my mind. There's too much to think about. The strawberry jam is in 3 days, this weekend, and I don't need to bring myself down thinking about how hard I've fallen for Bella Keegan. But how will you survive what comes next without her? That's the other thing I'm trying not to focus on. The shit show awaiting me out in LA as soon as I go back to record my formerly last, but now 6th from last album. I haven't spoken to Artie since he broke the news because an independent legal review confirmed my worst fears. What Artie did with the automatic renewal was within the parameters of the contract, and I am stuck in this festering sinkhole of rock star imprisonment for another 5 years. That's its own bag of dicks. How the fuck am I supposed to maintain a long-distance relationship on top of all that when I can barely afford the plane ticket? I try to shove the questions from my mind. I want this festival weekend to be perfect. We've all worked so hard on this, and I'm determined to make sure it goes off without a hitch. My bandmates arrive on Thursday night, and we spend most of Friday rehearsing on the stage, testing sound, arranging the final details for our show. The songs sound tight, and I'm confident we'll pull them off. Fork Lick is already a hotbed of activity as festival goers begin flooding the area. Bella had the foresight to install privacy fences along the length of the farm so gawkers can't drive by and get a sneak peek before we're ready. The rest of the family comes by in waves, dropping off multiple deliveries of the products they'll be selling. I've never seen so much strawberry milk in one place in my life, but the coolers that Alex installed in the barn are packed full of it. Bacon arrives Friday afternoon to set up his steam pans and presentation area since he's presenting on farm-to-table menu ideas, with samples, of course. Gran is in the far corner of the barn setting up her grow lights for her own presentation about basement vegetable farming. Molly's got the composting toilet display set up just beyond the barn doors, and Sam and Diane are laughing together as they set up their information about seed saving and heirloom plants. Friday night, after dinner with Gran and all sorts of last-minute tasks, Bella and I find ourselves alone on the stage in the darkness. Everyone has gone back to their homes. Gran is in her bedroom inside. Baabara has been locked in the palace with extra reinforcement. The moon is almost full overhead, and we're both splayed back on the wood platform looking up at the stars. "I can't believe it's finally here," she says. "It's gonna be awesome tomorrow." She sits up, looking around, and I rub her back. "None of this would have been possible without you." She looks down at me, moonlight glinting off her smile. In my head, I'm singing her song. I've never written a song for a woman like this, never mind hard launching it at a show where she's in attendance. It feels like the only way to really show her how hard I've fallen. Music is the only way for me to show anyone anything. "You all pulled your own weight," she says, looking out at the farm. "I just had to provide the roadmap." "You're good at that. No wonder they promoted you." Her smile falls slightly. "Yeah." "You'll let me come visit you when you go out there, right?" My heart is suddenly pounding. This festival will be over Sunday, and I have no idea what her plans are. All I know is that I need to be in LA by next week, so sooner or later this reverie is coming to an end. "Of course," she says without looking at me. "Will you be coming back to visit LA?" "I doubt it," she says quietly. "We can video chat." She looks at me, something sad in her gaze. Then she leans forward, covering my mouth with hers. She kisses me so urgently I almost fall backward. Bella grips the sides of my face, climbing onto my lap. "Whoa, girl," I say with a laugh, once the first round of kisses have stopped. "You keep kissing me like that and we're gonna defile this stage." I say we defile it. The gleam in her eye is naughty as her hands travel down my body and to the front of my jeans. She climbs into my lap and straddles me, clinging to me in a desperate hug. I can feel the emotion pouring out of her. I just hold her, burying my face in her hair.
I don't want this to end,
she says suddenly, curling up into my arms. It doesn't have to, I tell her. But she stays quiet. You're going to a different country, not a different planet, I go on. We have all the technology in the world at our fingertips. It's not the same, she says. I squeeze my arms around her tighter, like it might get rid of her objections. We'll figure something out. I know we will. This time, when the vast farm silence settles over us, Bella doesn't add anything more. Not to disagree or agree. There's just us, alone on the stage under the vast fork-lit sky, waiting for what comes next. The morning of the festival is busy. No, it's a blur. The weather is perfect. Sunny, barely a cloud in the sky. All the fields looking extra green and rolling. The family works in perfect sync getting the final details set up. My band and I are busy getting tuned and sound-checked while the hired help for the day fill the bars, stock drinks, and load up coolers. As the hours churn on, the line to get in gets longer and longer. People are waiting along the side of the country road for what looks like miles. We've repurposed an empty part of the property a quarter-mile down the road to serve as the parking lot, and it's turned into a sea of vehicles. My brothers can't believe it, but Colleen and Gran watch me with a sparkle in their eyes. Doors open at 1 p.m., and Bedfellows Farm is instantly flooded with people. The sight is dizzying. There have never been this many humans on the property at once. The music isn't slated to begin until the evening, so I mill around the educational barn, meeting fans and watching the presentations. Alex's strawberry milk sells out by 3, and my phone is constantly pinging from all the social media references and tagging. At 5, the opening acts begin, regional bands that I hand-selected to perform. They play about 4 songs each to wild applause. Damn near all the attendees are gathered in front of the stage or near the bars, and the energy is electric. Bella catches my eye from backstage, and I snag her waist as she walks by. Thanks, I tell her, stealing a quick kiss.
For what?
She asks. Being you. Her cheeks flush, and she continues on, sending me a sweet smile over her shoulder.
Break a leg out there. I'll be watching from the front row when I get back.
Where are you going?
Just to handle a little incident at the front gates. Your adoring fans who couldn't get tickets have decided to camp out on the road and the police were called. Don't worry though, I've got it.
She blows me a kiss. My bandmates and I mill around backstage. I sing warm-ups and scales, readying my voice and my body for the show. Dustin, the drummer, is tapping out rhythms on a railing, his dark hair pulled back in a thin ponytail and topped with a bolero hat. Billy, the bassist, stares out at the crowd through a slit in the curtain, his short blonde hair in a 50s sideswipe. You definitely draw a bigger crowd than I'm used to, he says wryly. I squeeze his shoulders. Let's just be glad it's more people than when we first started the club circuit in the city. Dustin laughs. Ain't that the truth? The last opening act wraps up. The stagehands get to work switching out the equipment and testing mics while the crowd outside begins to chant, Jackson, Jackson, Jackson. I poach the energy, letting it fill me, fuel me. This is what I love about live performances. Each crowd has its own feel, its own pulse. I look at Dustin and Billy. They give me a thumbs up, and then I give the signal to one of the stagehands. It's showtime. We enter the main stage and the roar of the crowd washes over me. The grin nearly splits my face as I take it all in. In the cordoned-off front row, I find all my loved ones joining in the cheers. Bella holds her hands over her heart as she grins up at me. Gran is watching me with tears in her eyes. With the expansive crowd stretching behind her, the farmhouse in the distance, this is a type of full circle that chokes me up. I never imagined I'd be here, where it all started, performing a show like this for so many fans and my entire family. But the performer side of me takes over. It's practically a reflex by this point. I am rocker. Hear me sing. Hello, Forklick! I boom through the microphone, reaching for my waiting guitar. A new wave of cheers cycle through. From this vantage point, I can see the police cars lined up along the road, still struggling to get the onlookers to move on. I doubt they'll have much luck. Near the house, Baabara is watching me with beady eyes from inside her pen. My #1 fan. I blow a kiss her way. Welcome to Bedfellows Farm! Thank you all for joining me and my family here today for the Strawberry Jam! I'm here with Dustin and Billy, my incredible bandmates for tonight. Are you ready to rock? My voice hangs in the air as I intend, and the screams swell once more. Hands are in the air, fists pumping, chanting, mounting once more. I look back at my band. With a nod, I launch into the powerful chords of my first song, Time Will Tell. Nobody has heard this music before, but it doesn't matter. Everyone is jumping up and down with the powerful drum beat, just as animated and loud as if I'd been playing my chart-topping hits. Songs melt away in a hot but fun playlist. My brothers walk along the front of the crowd, bouncing to the music as they spray water on people's faces with an irrigation hose. At one point, Alex is wearing pink sunglasses and moving his hips in a way I've never seen before. Ethan has beads around his neck. Sam has his arm hooked around Diane, rocking to the beat. Colleen and Bacon swap out their front row position, taking turns to jam while the other hangs with the twins in the house. A beach ball is launched into the audience. When it gets lobbed onto the stage, I punt it back into the audience mid-song. Bella's song comes up third from last. Before I start, I grab the mic and search her out in the crowd. I point at her. This next song is a surprise that I wrote for someone very special to me, I say. I wink at her and she tilts her head, her brows drawing together. She has no idea that I wrote it or that I planned to sing it to her today. This next one is called Bella. As the cheers swell in the air, Bella stands stock still, eyes wide. Gran slings an arm around her, and Colleen is shouting with her hands cupped around her mouth. You were there all along, a North Star in the sky. I just didn't know how sweet our love could be until we tried. I check in on Bella as many times as I can during the song. She's not moving, just watching me with her hands clamped over her mouth, eyes watery. Matching wounds bleed the same pain. Two different souls, all the same. I can't tell if she loves it or hates it, but the crowd is loving it at least. When the song is over, the last chord fading pleasantly into the bloated sunset, I look down at her. What did you think, Bella? She covers her face with her hands, and Gran pulls her into a hug. I can't hear what they say, but I can tell she's overwhelmed. Good enough for me. With a laugh, my band and I launch into the last couple of songs. And as the concert wraps and I'm staring down the sea of sweaty faces and blissed-out smiles, I realize something. Autonomy. Fun. Inspiration. This is what I've been missing in my musical career. This is what it's fucking about. I need to get this feeling back at the forefront of what I do each day. Need to, somehow. Away from my label. I leave the stage and let the roar of the crowd lure me back out. We give them an encore. The family greets me backstage as I peel the guitar off myself and reach for the nearest bottle of water to chug. My brothers look dumbstruck. Colleen is wiping away tears, and Gran is basically floating. She kisses my cheeks no fewer than 20 times.
You were absolutely incredible, Gran gushes.
Best concert I've ever been to, Alex admits. I'd have shit my pants if I had to get up there and do what you did, Ethan says.
I did poop my pants, but that's nothing new, Leah cracks. That's my little brother,
Colleen adds with a big grin. I'm so proud of you, Sam says, pulling me into a hug. It's just us. Family. Huddled together on the stage the bed's built, on the land that started as Granddad's dream. It's become so much more, in so many unexpected ways. Pride shines in Ethan's eyes, reminding me that I'm not as much of a black sheep as I used to feel. I belong here, with them on this land, in my own way. But none of this would have been possible without my brothers, my late parents, and the foundation of what my grandparents built. My family has never felt stronger, and I like to think Granddad is smiling down at us. Chapter 17. Jackson. The night after the show is pure revelry. The bulk of the festival goers are shooed off the premises by security, and a select group of friends, including my bandmates, stay to celebrate with us. My arm stays slung around Bella's shoulders, keeping her tucked tight against me, though I don't think we're able to exchange more than 4 words between us with how much conversation is firing around us. Eventually, Sam starts a bonfire. Gran brings out marshmallows, chocolate bars, and graham crackers, and my acoustic guitar joins the scene. Baabara is let out of the pen, and she swiftly joins me, standing staunchly at my defense as I begin playing some music. Leah has been calculating the sales and revenue from the festival, a number we've been eagerly awaiting for months now. We know it has to be good, but how good? She's working on her laptop, comparing numbers from her calculator and exporting the sales figures from Alex and Molly's point-of-sale system. When she gasps mid-song, I stop strumming.
Holy shit, she whispers.
How did we do? Ethan asks, bumping her with his shoulder.
Between the profit allotted from the ticket sales, the merch and products sold, and the donations, we'll be just $3,000 short of having everything paid off.
Everyone gasps. Colleen is the first to speak.
Are you serious?
She squeaks. We all cheer and take turns hugging and clapping each other on the back. I go to Gran when I notice she's crying quietly, wrapping my arms around her. When she calms down, she croaks,
I have the rest.
All eyes turn to her. You do? Alex asks. Gran sniffs, nodding as she wipes at her eyes.
I started getting payments from the socials.
The socials? Ethan asks.
Social media, Colleen translates. All the sheep videos she's been posting. They're very good, Bella adds. I have an extra $5,000 in my bank account right now because of the payments,
Gran says, looking out at us with watery eyes.
So it's done. We're done. The debt is gone, and we can breathe easy.
There's a stunned silence. Jaws have dropped around the bonfire. Finally, there's a whoop. Then another. One by one, we all leap to our feet, shouting and cheering. Bella disappears and returns a bit later with champagne and flutes. Once the cork is popped and drinks are passed out, we all lift our glasses. To Bedfellows Farm, Ethan says, and its continued, healthy future. We all toast to that. I've barely seen or spoken to Bella all day. There's just been too much going on. By the time our post-festival celebration is dying down, I'm eager to escape with her to my bedroom. We have some post-show celebrations of our own to do. I'm buzzed and feeling great, still humming some of my new songs to myself when I realize I don't know where she is. She was at my side at the bonfire a moment ago. Or was it an hour ago? I groan and stand, feeling the familiar post-performance aches. I usually opt for a jacuzzi or massage after a show, but no such luck in Forklick. I spot Bella near the house, deep in conversation with Colleen. They're both nodding, and I head that way, eager to steal my woman and get on to the encore of tonight's show. Baabara accompanies me, my ever-present guard sheep. "Hey, ladies." I sling my arm around Bella's waist. Baabara bleats angrily. "Mind if I steal Bella, Colleen?" Bella laughs nervously, and a strange tension snaps in the air. Colleen glances between us, then says,
I need to get the babies packed up in the car. I'll see you tomorrow, Jackson.
Colleen heads for her car, leaving just Bella and me illuminated in the light spilling out from the house. Baabara sinks onto the ground with a grumble, keeping an eye on me. "Ready to go up?" I ask her, snaking my fingers through hers. She looks down at our hands, not saying a word. "Hey, everything okay?" I nudge her, unnerved by how quiet she's been. Her throat bobs, and finally she pulls her gaze up to meet mine. "I'm leaving tomorrow." Her words don't make sense at first. It's a concept I can't wrap my head around, much less accept on the spot like this after such a blissed-out day of success. "What?"
The ticket was purchased for me, she says. I'm leaving tomorrow. And She nibbles on her lip, her gaze stuck on the ground. I don't know when I'll see you again.
"Wait, why?" I still can't force myself to understand. "You can't be leaving tomorrow? What about breaking all this stuff down, or basking in our accomplishments? Or, I don't know, taking a little getaway or something, just you and me? I think we have some celebrating to do, you know? I mean..."
Jackson, this is how it's happening. I've taken care of all the details, so you don't need to worry. Breakdown and cleanup crews will be arriving tomorrow. They'll take good care of everything.
"But we need more time together," I tell her. "Let me talk to your boss, or whoever scheduled this. We have to be able to figure out some alternate plan. If I know when you need to be in Australia, maybe I can get you on a private charter. A friend of mine occasionally goes out that way. I can see if the dates line up."
No.
Her voice is firm, and she starts to back away from me.
I think it's best if we just let today be the last moment. We had an amazing festival today. Let's end it on this high note.
I dip my chin, unsure if I'm understanding her correctly. "What are you saying?"
I don't want this to get messy. I don't want this to hurt. Please, Jackson, let's just cut this off now and go our separate ways. A clean break.
Her words feel like a knife. And what hurts the worst is that I never saw this coming. I never thought she'd just pull away like this. A clean break? Bella, I'm fucking head over heels for you. There's no breaking away from that. I sang you a song in front of 3,000 people. 3,200 if you count the illegal onlookers and the cops who showed up. Come on, let's go up and talk about this. I don't want Baabara to overhear. Bella shakes her head, backing further away from me.
I'm going, Jackson.
I scoff. Where?
To Colleen's. She and Bacon have agreed to let me spend the last night at their place. I've already got my things packed and moved out of here. I was just waiting to tell you.
Part of me is desperate to get her to admit this is a joke. A bad joke, but a joke nonetheless. I don't even have the words to respond other than, You've got to be fucking kidding me.
I don't know what we'd be accomplishing by stringing this along.
Her voice comes out pinched, and it breaks my heart. I can tell she's scared, but instead of coming to me, she's pulling away.
I'm moving 20 hours away from you by plane. You said it's just a different country, but it might as well be a different planet. I mean, have you seen their wildlife?
The spiders are scary, I admit, but it's not a deal breaker.
I think we're deluding ourselves, she says. Long distance doesn't work.
Not with that attitude, I shoot back.
Let's not make this hurt longer than it has to,
she pleads.
Please.
We can still make things work somehow, I tell her. We can be in each other's lives. It will just be from a distance.
That's not going to work for me, she whispers. I've loved every single moment we've shared. But this train was set in motion before you showed up. Now it's time for me to go.
She turns and bolts for her car without another word. And all I can do is watch her go.
Chapter 18. Bella. The talent arrives at 3, first song at 5, close at 11. I speak into the microphone that connects me with my assistant, Yulia, who is across the pavilion checking out the main doors. We're mapping out an upcoming rock concert at Hordern Pavilion in downtown Sydney, my new home. Everything looks good over here, she reports back into my headset. Her Australian lilt still makes me smile. It's been nice here, fun, stimulating, but it feels so empty. And it has everything to do with the man I ran away from back in Fork Lick, New York. Okay, let's review the opening act plan. I direct Yulia to a different area of the pavilion so we can go over additional details. I've been in Sydney for almost a month. It's hardly enough time to even get to know the city, given how many events have landed in my lap. What I've experienced so far has been fun, but it's just not what my heart craves. Exhaustion seems to accompany me every step of the way. For the first week, I assumed it was jet lag. For God's sake, this place is a full day ahead of Los Angeles. Talk about a time difference. But as the weeks wore on, I realized it was something else, something a little deeper. My phone pings as Yulia and I are tweaking the concert schedule. It's a new email from Colleen. We've taken to emailing near daily, since between the twins' sleep schedule and my position on the other side of the world, calling each other is almost impossible. The preview of her email makes my stomach plummet. Are you okay since you left? Be honest. Apparently, my attempts to convince the world that I can exist without Jackson bed are failing. I've tried not to bring up Jackson with Colleen. That just seems like a weird move, talking about how I'm in love with her brother. I don't want to subject the poor woman to even more whining in her ear about her rock star brother. But she knows. She's not dumb. In fact, I feel like the only dummy here. The woman who had a gorgeous, creative, sensitive man ready to give her his heart, only to run away and shut things down. I haven't spoken to him since I got here, because somewhere inside me, that seems smart. Like going from 100 to 0 is the best way forward. But really, I'm withering from missing him. Our nearly 2 months together in Fork Lick changed me. The entirety of the Bed family changed me. I even miss Baabara, that jealous bitch. Yulia and I finish up, and I go back to my little apartment in downtown Sydney and stare out the window for a while at the ocean. And then I write back to Colleen. I'm not super great. It's been a hard adjustment, surprisingly. How are you? How are the babies? What's new? Just out of curiosity, have you talked to Jackson? I last about another hour before I emailed Jackson. Hi, I really miss you. I can't bring myself to say more, even though I have a world of thoughts I'd like to share with him. The next day, I have a phone date scheduled with my cousin Piper, 8 a.m. my time, which is 6 p.m. her time. There's the time traveler, Piper answers as she picks up. How's the future look? Pretty average. Geez, don't moonlight as a magic 8-ball, okay? Depressing answer. You're supposed to use words like bright and fun. I laugh, but it dies off quickly. My gaze rests on the sparkling surf crashing against the shores of Bondi in Sydney. Piper, I think I'm homesick. There's a pause. Already? Yeah, but not for Bayshore, for Forklick. Geez, once again. Okay, let me clarify. I hurry to add. I miss the snot out of you and the rest of the family in Bayshore, and I would teleport there right now if I could. But really, what I think I'm missing is Jackson. Piper gasps softly. Jackson bed? Yeah. In the background, I can hear a door slam along with some muddled shouting. Piper sighs. Ignore that. Griffin just got home and he insists on making jokes at volume 300. She recently moved into her brother's apartment in downtown Bayshore, and the adjustment process has been both humorous and challenging. Tell him I say hi and that I miss him because I miss all of you. I remind her. Bella says she misses you and all of us, even though she's not homesick for Bayshore specifically. Piper reports to Griffin.
Oh, hey, Bella, Griffin says in the background. So if you're not homesick for Bayshore...
I'm talking to her, not you, so please go do your things over there while I finish up this call, Piper says. She's about to go into work. We don't have much time. Griffin's grumbling about Piper makes me giggle. Okay, so maybe I'm a little homesick for Bayshore, too. I haven't even seen Griffin's new place since Piper became his roommate, and I feel like there's so much I've missed out on. Okay, let's continue, Piper says. So you and Jackson bed. I think I made a mistake in shutting him out. It's hard to admit these things. I don't think the long-distance thing can work. This seems like a necessary withdrawal, you know? You and I have maintained our relationship perfectly fine despite you being in Australia, Piper points out. Yeah, but we're not, sleeping together. Gross, but it's not like you need to sleep with Jackson every day for a relationship to thrive. Emotions clamp my throat. I think back to my previous boyfriends, the way they were so good until they weren't, until they drifted away and left me, until something about me made them decide otherwise. I don't think Jackson and I would have made it long term, I finally admit. So you broke up with him before he could break up with you? The summary makes me frown. She has a point, and she's not wrong. I guess I did. Is that your plan when anyone amazing comes along? Piper asks. Just cut it off at the knees before it gets too good? I grapple for an answer, but there's none at the ready. Well, that's not... We're so far away. And we just covered why that's not necessarily fatal to a relationship. I swallow hard, feeling exceptionally called out. I don't even know where it was going with him or what he wanted. That's why conversations exist, she reminds me. I sigh. Okay, you're right, but no, but you were presented with something awesome and you shut it down. You need to own that. You can be too logical for your own good. Now you need to figure out how you're going to make it right, because you can mope around all you want, but until you're honest with yourself, it's just going to keep happening. I promise you. Piper's words follow me all day at work, and each day that week. Jackson never writes back to my little email, which makes me think I really did ruin things. I stick it out for a full month and a half at the new job. I try. I really do. I like the job enough, but what becomes clear over time is that it's too damn far away. Not only that, I'm not as mobile as I once was. Turns out, assistant regional director just means I'm managing things on the ground in one specific area and not overseeing multiple exciting areas. I'm stuck in Sydney for all my events. Jackson is stuck in Los Angeles. I'm just not happy here. I write to Colleen one evening after I've had a glass of wine. Colleen, I fell in love with your brother. I'm sorry I didn't say it sooner. I need to know how he's doing, really doing. He hasn't written back to me, and I don't blame him. I left him high and dry. Can you humor me and give me an update? I feel like I'm going crazy over here. Luckily, Colleen checks her email soon after I send that, and I get a phone call from her. You're lucky I saw your email and both babies are still asleep, she says. It's so lovely to hear her voice again. Our schedules almost never sync up. You're just starting your day, and I'm drunk at the end of mine, I say with a sigh. I can't handle this time difference. I can't handle being this far away. Sydney is a place I want to visit. I can't be this far away from everyone I love, not permanently. So why don't you come home? The way Colleen says it makes it sound so simple. I worked my ass off for this promotion. I remind her, but you don't like it. I narrow my eyes, looking out at the inky night sky over the ocean. She has a good point. Right, but I feel like I haven't given it enough of a shot. And what am I supposed to tell my boss? Please demote me? You could start there, Colleen says with a laugh. Honestly, I think you already know what's best. You gave it a shot. You've been out there almost 2 months. When will it be long enough? I don't have an answer for that one. But since you asked, Jackson is doing okay, I guess. I don't talk to him a ton. He's back in LA, of course, and he's been in the recording studio a lot. I send him pictures of the babies. That's about it. My shoulders slump. I don't know what I was expecting to hear, that he hasn't been able to function since I left, that he's listless and unmoored without me. Oh, there is one thing I forgot to mention. Colleen goes on. She pauses, laughing softly. I can't say too much, but Jackson told me recently he has something big coming, something you helped him with. Me? I whisper, reaching for my wine bottle to refill my glass. Yeah, I think you'll understand when you see it. Those words echo through my head for the rest of the night.
Chapter 19. Jackson. It's a late August morning in LA when I finally get the guts to do what Bella told me to do all those months ago. Sound the alarm. Share my story. Mobilize my fan base. Well, I'm hoping that last part happens. Right now, I don't know. All I know is that I made a long, heartfelt post on every single social media account I own, and that I feel sick about it. Now I guess all I do is wait. I'm just hoping the cold sweats and pervasive dread go away soon. I waited until my 5th studio album was completed with Single Grain before I made the decision. I can't fucking do this for another 5 years. We wrapped in the studio a week ago, and I told the band about my plan to blow the lid off this whole operation. They were supportive, and aghast at the terms I'd been laboring under this whole time. What can I say? I'm great at hiding shameful secrets. But not anymore. Bella woke something up in me. Because she's right. This might be my only shot at getting out of this bad deal. She might have chosen to cut me off and leave me behind, but that doesn't mean she didn't make my life better while she was in it. I can't help but maniacally refresh my social media feeds after making my posts. I chose to focus on the auto-renewal that Artie pulled on me. I called him out in a major way, and absolutely did not advise him of this beforehand. I know this isn't going to end well, but I had to do it. After about 5 minutes of obsessive feed refreshing, I almost sprained my thumb. As soon as I force myself to put my phone down, it rings. It's Artie. I contemplate not answering. This call can only be about the post I made. I pick up the phone just before it switches to voicemail. Hello?
What the fuck is this post about?
So much for pleasant greetings or polite conversation. Was there a part that confused you? I'm not trying to be snarky. Okay, maybe a little.
Why on earth would you put me on blast like this?
Artie screeches. After all I've done for you, Jackson, are you fucking stupid? There's that word. The description I've been running from my entire career. Ironically, I feel like this is the one time I'm not being stupid. You pulled the shadiest of shady tricks this spring when you auto-renewed my contract without so much as a heads up, I spit. So no, I'm not fucking stupid. I'm just using a megaphone to let the world know what sort of bullshit I'm up against. Quit playing the victim, Artie grits out.
You signed the contract in good faith 5 years ago. You were an adult. You were fucking aware of what you were doing. Nobody forced you. Now these are the rules you agreed to. Nobody did anything wrong here.
I wanted out and you knew it, I remind him. But you allowed the auto-renewal regardless. That's shady. I don't care how you spin it.
You're not gonna get away with this,
He warns me.
It won't fucking matter. You're just gonna look like a chump. Are you ready for that?
I don't fucking care, I growl. I've been a chump for the past 5 years. Admitting it out loud isn't gonna change that. Call me what you want. I'm ready to let the world know how you treat your clients. I won't shut up until you let me out of this bullshit contract. Artie's snide laughter makes my stomach hurt.
Right. Good luck with that. Sorry for your hurt feelings, but this is what life is like at the top. Get used to it.
And then he hangs up. His words leave a bad taste in my mouth. The top? Maybe for him and the record label and my songs they own, but for me personally, I'm nowhere near the top. I don't care how it happens, I just need to get out from underneath my labels and Artie's thumbs. I'll leave all my hits behind, all the music I poured my soul into. I don't fucking care anymore. I'm ready to leave it all so I can get a taste of what I found in Forklick. Freedom and real inspiration. I spend the rest of the day pacing my apartment, a penthouse spot paid for by the record label because they know good and well that I'd never be able to afford it on what I make off my own music. I wonder how much longer they'll let me keep this place after the stunt I pulled. But I don't care. I can find something else. I'll move back to Forklick if I have to. I've always got a place at Grand's house. Or if push comes to shove, in Barbara's palace. From the brief peeks I take at social media, my posts are picking up steam. Every time I check, the number of likes or reactions has increased by at least 1,000. I'm trying not to get too invested in the response, but it's impossible not to do a little scrolling. The outrage from my fans is getting louder. I expected no less. But what I didn't expect was the number of shares by other musicians and celebrities. Big names in all styles of music are sharing my post with their millions of followers. Over and over and over again. Sometimes with their own personal stories of working with this label, or with Artie himself. By nighttime, this is an official media shitstorm. And by the next morning, it's headline news, baby. The amount of attention, feedback, and social media tagging is absolutely staggering. My phone is blowing up with requests for interviews, a statement, anything I'm willing to give. Everyone is scandalized that America's sexiest bachelor and a chart-topping rocker is barely scraping by. It's hard to sift through the emails, calls, messages, and more. I see a missed call from Global Entertainment, Bella's event management company. That one I'll return. It's not like I expect her to be on the other end of the phone, but part of me feels slightly more connected to her this way. She's reached out to me exactly once during her time in Australia, after I'd gone through all the stages of heartbreak, anger, and sadness. Her email came at a time I wasn't able to respond without saying something mean, so I opted to say nothing instead. Now I'm stuck in limbo. She made her decision. I'm still in love with her, but 7,500 miles and 2 months of no contact separate us. Part of me wonders if she knows that I took her advice. It seems impossible to miss these headlines, but maybe she's gone out of her way to erase me from her life. I'm not sure. But as time goes on, it's not getting easier. I just want Bella more. Which makes me wonder if she's feeling the same thing too. When I return Global Entertainment's call, a soft-spoken young lady spills the details.
Hello, Jackson. We're very interested in setting up a formal concert featuring the songs that you premiered at the Strawberry Jam in Forklick.
I appreciate that, I tell her. But I'm not even sure if I can set anything like that up right now. My agent...
This isn't involving your agent or your label, she says. In fact, we have a very capable organizer who is prepared to hash out that side of things on your behalf. We just want to get your name as a headliner as quickly as we can. Would you be willing to meet to discuss details?
I can't possibly see a path forward, but I'm willing to pretend this strange reality is possible, even if it's just a fantasy. Sure, let's do it. We hash out a date and time. Every bit of me wishes Bella could be on the other side of this meeting, but it's a fool's hope. She's in Australia, handling events on the other end of the world, and I'm here, treading water in Los Angeles while this headline keeps vaulting higher and higher. The day of the meeting comes and paparazzi follow me from my apartment to the restaurant. I need to push my way through them most days, which is different from before when they mostly kept to the sidelines. They're hungry for any tidbit about this unfolding scandal. Each day, new details emerge about Artie and other artists. He's stopped threatening me, but only because he's busy doing some serious damage control. I'm meeting the global entertainment rep at Nobu Malibu. The hostess leads me to the wood-paneled patio overlooking Surfrider Beach. We're barely 4 steps onto the patio when my gaze lands on her. Bella. She's tucked into the white-cushioned couch looking out at the water. Her dark, silky hair is pulled into a high ponytail, her cheekbones glistening. My fingers curl, already desperate to wrap my arms around her, bury my fingers in that hair, kiss her until my lips go numb. I slow behind the hostess because I already know. Even if Bella isn't who I'm supposed to meet here today, that's where I'll be ending up. Now that I've seen her again, there's no other possible outcome.
Mr. Bed, your table.
The hostess gestures toward the low, square table where Bella is sitting. I nod and wave her off, crossing the distance in a few powerful steps. She looks up just as I arrive, and she inhales sharply. "Jackson," she breathes. "What are you doing here?" Her throat bobs, her cobalt gaze drinking me in.
I'm here to meet with you, to talk about everything.
I clench and unclench my fists, wondering if this is actually happening. You're supposed to be in Australia.
I moved back to LA.
The news thuds like dead weight between us. I can't decide if I'm relieved or mad. When?
Yesterday. Can you sit down with me? Please?
I sink into the armchair at the corner of the table. She looks over at me, a soft smile overtaking her pretty lips.
I stepped down from the new position,
she says softly. My brows draw together, and looking at her is suddenly too painful. I clear my throat, choosing instead to focus on my hands, my knuckles, my fingers snaking together. Why would you do that?
It wasn't for me, she says with a sigh. I thought it was going to be my dream, but it was too far away from a certain someone who changed my life.
My shoulders heft with a laugh. Oh?
Yes. Besides, I'd much rather be in this hemisphere working on projects on this side of the world.
She pauses, tenderness filling her gaze.
With you.
I gnaw at the inside of my lip. There's a clusterfuck of emotions swirling inside me, and I'm not even sure where to begin. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and study her for a moment. What kind of projects? I ask.
Things like amplifying your news break. She offers a shy smile, a dimple flashing,
And it's in that moment that I know I'm a goner. I've got seconds of holding back left, if I'm lucky.
When Colleen gave me the heads up about your plan, I started reaching out to other musicians in my network, trying to get a feel for if anybody else had similar stories or complaints. I found quite a few before you broke the news. I got more than a few signed on, ready to share their stories too. I knew it would be the best bet to help you get out of this contract. I still don't know if we'll succeed, but I'm doing whatever I can. And I'm here now, planning for the future I want, and praying that you'll join me.
I can only blink and absorb this woman's greatness. She's a mastermind, and she leveraged her enormous network for me. Let me get this straight, I say softly. You quit your new, coveted position, moved halfway around the world, and activated every single spurned musician that Artie has interacted with for me? Her cheeks turn pink, and the shy smile turns sexy.
When Jackson Bed writes you a song, it's the only natural response. Anything else just seems sort of lackluster, don't you think?
My smile is growing wider by the second.
Besides, I couldn't lie to myself any longer.
She takes a shaky breath.
I love you, Jackson. I fell for you when we were in Fork Lick, and I haven't been the same since.
And that's just because I wrote you one song? I tease.
Who knows what will happen if you write me another?
There are very real consequences I'm realizing. I slide onto her cushion, our hips knocking. I slide my arm around her shoulders, and she falls against me, tilting her head to look up at me. Is it wrong that I'm dying to find out what?
You better be careful.
Our faces are growing closer. She fills the space against my body like it was made for her. Soon our lips are inches apart.
I might ask Baabara for permission to marry you. Or maybe demand to bear your children.
Her gardenia scent floods me, and suddenly, everything in my life feels right. Even with the swirling drama and unknowns ahead of me, with Bella back at my side, it just makes sense. I might have to see how serious you are about that, I murmur, our lips so close it's painful. And by the way, I fell in love with you too. I surge forward, capturing her lips in the kiss I've been dying to get since the night she walked away from me. I don't know what comes next, or how it will unfold. But I don't need to. Not with Bella here beside me.
Chapter 20. Bella. It isn't long before Jackson and I are heading back to Fork Lick. You can take the fork out of the man, but you can't keep the man out of the lick. Or something like that. Whatever the saying might be, we need to get back to see his family. We've been living together in LA for 3 weeks since my return from Australia, in a total honeymoon state once again. After the scandal of Jackson's news, coupled with all the other musicians speaking out about Artie's treatment of them and generally shady business practices, something incredible occurred. Artie and the label offered to release Jackson from the automatic contract renewal. Of course, Artie phrased it like he was doing some enormous benevolent favor, but it doesn't matter. Artie's career is ruined because of this, and Jackson is free. That's the most important thing. Jackson's label still owns all those songs, but we're working on a plan for that too. We'll figure it out. Together. And what Jackson initiated by speaking out about the truth of his situation stands to change the recording industry forever, a not-so-little footnote that I love to remind him of. We coast into Forklick in a sexy luxury rental car, not because he's pinching pennies, avoiding a chauffeur, but because we want to vacation this way. After all, we're not just coming to Forklick. We plan to continue to Ohio after a week here. Since he signed an exclusive tour deal with Global Entertainment for the songs he created for the Strawberry Jam, he's been handsomely compensated. Finally, he's seeing the money he deserves from his hard work and the freedom that comes with it. Bedfellows Farm is bustling with activity as we pull into the driveway. It's been over 3 months since I last set foot here, but it's felt like an entire year. It's mid-September, and bizarrely, the stage still stands from the Strawberry Jam. I could have sworn they'd taken it down. The soybean fields are lush and green, though I know the leaves will soon start to yellow. Baabara pokes her head out from the palace as soon as we pull in, her beady little eyes lighting up. Her wool has grown back since her summer shearing, and she gallops out of the palace, blocking the car from advancing any further. She baas excitedly. "Jackson and Bella are here!" Ethel's voice rings through the air, and she breezes out of the house a moment later, all smiles. Jackson makes quick work of slipping out of the car, just as Baabara comes clomping his way. She headbutts him a few times, making it impossible for him to come around the car. Ethel holds out her arms for a hug, and I greet her warmly. "It's been too long, Ethel," I murmur into her soft gray braid. "I missed you all so much. I'm so glad you both are here." She holds my face for a moment, searching my eyes, and then releases me to battle past Baabara for a hug from Jackson. It's Sunday, and we're just in time for dinner. Thank God. I would have been upset if we'd missed it. Jackson and Ethel round the car, his arm slung around his gran, Baabara stomping close behind. Inside the house, it's a sea of familiar faces and joyous greetings. Ethan heads first to hug Jackson, then me. Alex and Sam crowd around Jackson next, and I overhear snippets of how proud they are of him. My heart is full to bursting as I greet Leah, Molly, Diane, Colleen, Bacon, and the twins. Nobody bats an eye as Baabara traipses in along behind us. Our family. Because that's what it feels like for me here. Even though we're not blood, we're family. The kitchen and dining room is raucous as we all get settled and ready for dinner. Ethel brings out the dishes of food, Jackson helping. Baabara settles right next to Jackson at the end of the table, keeping an eye on him as he plates food and chats happily with his siblings. Everyone has a million questions at once. When did we get back together? How was Australia? What the hell happened with Artie? Is Jackson really free now? We do our best to answer them all, but every answer spawns 3 more questions. It turns out this label and agent scandal of Jackson's has been the talk of Forklick since it came out last month.
Hang on,
Jackson says, waving his fork in the air as he chews a bite of roast.
Let's pause the questions for a second, because I have the only question that matters.
"What's that, Jackie boy?" Ethel sips from her glass of water.
Why the hell is the stage back up?
Jackson asks with a laugh, cutting another bite of roast.
I helped break that thing down myself. What's the deal?
Ethan, Alex, Sam, and Colleen all share conspiratorial looks. "It's funny you ask," Colleen starts.
"We had an idea,"
Alex says gruffly. Sam clears his throat.
"An excellent idea. We want to make the Strawberry Jam an annual event,"
Ethan says, crossing his arms.
"And while it's there, we could host other events too if we want. Turn it into something of a passive income thing,"
Alex adds.
"There's never been anything cooler than putting on that show with my family,"
Ethan says resolutely.
"I say we do it again."
"And again," Colleen adds, "for many more years to come." Jackson grins at his siblings, then looks over at Ethel.
"And you agree with this, even with how much pressure it puts on the land?"
"Wholeheartedly," Ethel says, "and so does Baabara, don't you?" Baabara bleats softly from the end of the table.
"We don't care what you play,"
Alex says, looking at Jackson,
"as long as you join us."
Jackson looks over at me, his eyes shining as he reaches for my hand.
"I might be able to play some of the hits next year after all."
Leah gasps. "Don't toy with me. Is that true?"
"Bella and I figured out a way to get the rights back to my music. Jackson says proudly, squeezing my hand. I'm going to re-record everything, like Taylor Swift did. New versions, basically. That way, I'll own the new version, and I'm free to play it where and when I want. There are whoops and claps around the table. Jackson and I trade cheek-splitting smiles. Let's pencil in the next strawberry jam, then. Colleen says, I'll try to bring my family next year. I say, I think they'd love the farm, and you all. That's where we're heading after this, Jackson says, reaching for his water glass. We're going to Bayshore. Time to start meeting the Keegans, huh? Ethan asks with a wink. As the conversation launches into what we might expect to find in Bayshore, what my family thinks about Jackson, and all the endlessly fascinating details therein, I sit back and let it all wash over me. This right here is why I left Australia, why going deeper with Jackson, despite how it might end up, was only ever a good idea. There's no substitute for this type of love and support. I'm so lucky I found it. And I can't wait to see just how beautiful and full of love life can be with Jackson at my side. Bella. Welcome to Bayshore, Jackson says to himself, squinting at the huge welcome sign on the side of the road. He looks over at me with a little smile. I can't believe we finally made it. After 300 hours of travel, I say with a laugh. What was supposed to be a quick jaunt from Forklick to Bayshore ended up being a lot more like a visit everyone we've ever met adventure. And that was after we stayed with Colleen and Bacon at their church home restaurant for a week, which Baabara fiercely protested by breaking out of her palace and storming the building, nightly. There's no escaping a sheep in love, I suppose. Jackson hums to himself as he assesses the early October scenery. The trees are in full red and gold glory, and the sidewalks are already carpeted with fallen leaves. With Briggs Bay sparkling in the distance as we wind closer to downtown, Bayshore looks like something out of a storybook. What's Hazel Homes? Jackson asks, the turn signal ticking as we wait to pull onto the main avenue that crosses downtown Bayshore. He nods toward the brick wall of a building and the huge mural there featuring a pretty brunette beneath the letters. And is that Hazel? Yep, that's Hazel Matheson. She's the star realtor of Bayshore. I check out the ad as we turn past it, smiling to myself. We went to school together, though she was several grades ahead of me. Looks like her business has really taken off since I was last here. So that's who we'll call when we're ready to buy our Bayshore getaway? Jackson smiles over at me, reaching for my hand to give it a little squeeze. I fight to contain the contented sigh. Life at Jackson's side feels like a dream. We barely have half a year together under our belts, but I already know Jackson Bed is the one for me. And we're going to have getaway homes wherever we dang well please, because Jackson is on his way to making back all the money he should have made since the beginning of his career. Yeah, we'll call Hazel. I squeeze his hand back, a tidal wave of contentment crashing over me. When I initially stepped down from my promotion, I worried that I'd made a mistake, but following my gut and my heart has only led me to bigger and better things. I'm the exclusive contact for all Jackson Bed events now, thanks to Katerine, and I get to do all the traveling I desire, now with Jackson at my side. I sorta need to pinch myself on the daily. Jackson follows the GPS through downtown Bayshore. I crane my neck to see down the intersection that leads to my aunt's storefront, the Bayshore Bakery, but it's too far down the street to see it. Police cars and a fire truck, lights flashing, block the view, and my curiosity spikes. I can't make out what happened before we're passing my favorite grocery store, the Daily Shop, and then heading into the tightly packed neighborhood where Piper and Griffin live. We're stopping to visit them first, before seeing the rest of the Keegan family. Excited butterflies begin swirling in my belly as Griffin's one-story bungalow comes into view. Here we are, I say as Jackson eases into the driveway. Before I get out of the car, he grabs my wrist, his eyes on the rearview mirror. Then he relaxes. Okay, it's safe. I thought that car might have been a Pap, but they pulled into a different house. I kiss his cheek.
Dating America's Sexiest Bachelor has a lot of perks, but there are some serious downsides as well. Going out to eat in any major city is pretty difficult. I've gotten used to an arsenal of security guards for most outings, and while Jackson is used to it, I can see the strain of anxiety when we go new places or into any public setting. This is part of the price he pays for his fame. I think we're safe, for now, I tell him, until the media leaks that Jackson Bed is in Bayshore. Finally, my hometown will get put on the map. He smirks, grabbing my hand before kissing the back of it. Before he can say anything else, the front door of the house swings open. Piper's small frame leaps across the threshold and onto the porch, her eyes wild as she searches for me. Piper is a strawberry blonde streak as she bolts down the sidewalk to the side of the car. She's pulling at the locked door, knocking on the glass as I dissolve into laughter.
She's kind of like Baabara,
Jackson muses. 100%, I say. Just watch how mad she's gonna get now. I pretend I can't understand or hear Piper's demands for me to exit the car. The more that I shrug and squint at her through the window, the more annoyed she gets. Finally, she gives up and storms back toward the house. That's when I open the door and get out. She groans dramatically. Finally! Just had to gauge how badly you wanted to see me, I say through laughter, holding my arms out for a hug. She wraps hers around me, and we hug each other for a solid 10 seconds. I missed you, pipe cleaner. I missed you too, sweet pea. She pulls back, a big smile on her face, before her gaze slides past my shoulder. She straightens, a blush coming to her cheeks. There's someone I want you to meet, I tell her. Jackson has come up to my side. I can tell because I'm finally attuned to the heat of him. The way it sinks into me feels like being wrapped up by the most perfect blanket. Jackson? I begin. Jackson Bed, yes, I know. Piper grins like a maniac, holding out her hand. Then she brings it back, then holds up her palms. Do we shake hands, or
can we hug?
Jackson offers. Oh my God, let's hug. Piper wraps him in a big hug, bigger than the one she gave me, not that I'm taking notes, and says, You're family now. I can barely contain my laughter. Okay, that escalated quickly.
Excuse me.
Griffin's deep voice cuts through the autumnal chill, and we all turn to look at him. Griffin looms in the doorway. He looks even bigger and broader than the last time I saw him. Griff! I cry out, waving enthusiastically.
You bring a famous rock star to my driveway, and you don't even honk to let me know you're here?
Griffin bridges the space between us in a few powerful strides. His construction career has made him brawny, and he pulls me effortlessly into a bear hug.
We missed you, Bella. Don't stay away so long next time.
He murmurs into my ear before moving on to Jackson.
Now, who do we have here?
Jackson and Griffin are nearly the same height, but Griffin's got the linebacker build. Jackson sticks out his hand, but Griffin shakes his head.
The Keegans are huggers,
Griffin informs him, and then pulls him into a similar bear hug. Jackson rolls with it, though, and the two are laughing and slapping each other's backs as they pull away from each other. You're a third of the way inducted into the family, I tell Jackson. Not fully inducted until you meet the rest of the family. Piper informs him sweetly.
Is there anyone I should be concerned about?
Jackson asks, looking between me and Piper and Griffin. Well, my older brothers are all kind of brutes, Piper says, frowning.
Hey.
Griffin elbows her. Sweet brutes, she corrects. Asher might be the wild card.
Is he the one I have to win over?
Jackson asks.
I can set up a private concert if needed.
Griffin squeezes Jackson's shoulder.
I'm suddenly very hard to win over. I want in on this private concert.
The four of us laugh, just as a car slows in front of the house as it drives by. Jackson's smile drops, and I can feel his anxiety spike as he turns his back to the road. People driving by are definitely gawking at Jackson. How about we go inside? I suggest brightly. I've been dying to see how the house looks now that the two of you are roommates.
Significantly messier.
Griffin grumbles as we trek toward the front door. Listen, I'm running a business. Piper snaps. I don't have time to organize the shoe rack or whatever it is you wish I would do every day instead of making marshmallows. I snicker as the bickering continues. Griffin holds the door for us to file inside.
I don't need the shoe rack organized. I just need the shoes on the rack itself.
Piper sighs dramatically. Never move in with your older brother, Jackson. It only spells trouble.
Trust me, I wouldn't dream of it, though I did temporarily move in next to my brother, and that seemed to work out okay.
Jackson grins as he looks around the cozy bungalow. It's equal parts bachelor and bachelorette pad. It's not that messy, though I'm sure they panic cleaned before we arrived. Maybe I need to become your neighbor, Piper quips.
Could you afford that?
Griffin asks doubtfully.
You're working on rebuilding the business without your business partner, not dumping money into endless rent.
I can't fight the grin. Griffin has always been extra protective of Piper, maybe because they were the closest in age growing up. When Piper's business partner bolted and left her with the store's lease and all the loans, Griffin stepped up and let her move in with him, so she'd have one less rent to worry about. How's Aunt Laura doing? I ask as I sink into the big couch in the front room. Jackson sits next to me. Griffin opts for the armchair, and Piper curls up at my other side. I plan to take Jackson there next, maybe after we get a bite to eat. She's great, Piper says, doing the same old thing as always. The same old thing for their mom, my Aunt Laura, is running the Bayshore Bakery. It's been a staple in downtown Bayshore as long as I can remember, though she didn't always own it. When she was handed the keys about 10 years ago, the business really started a new chapter. Now she's reaching new markets and making a big name for herself, and even inspiring Piper, who launched Bayshore's only marshmallow and confectionery business.
She's expecting you for dinner,
Griffin adds. He's talking about the weekly dinner, the no-fail family get-together. The Beds have theirs on Sunday evenings, but the Keegan family gathers on Wednesdays. While the Keegan brothers always snickered about it being hump day, Aunt Laura viewed it as an opportunity to recalibrate our week and make sure we were all on the right path toward our weekly goals. I still check in with myself on Wednesday evenings out of sheer habit. I wouldn't miss it for the world, I tell him. I texted her when we were close to Bayshore, but I haven't heard back. Griffin's ringer interrupts my sentence. A moment later, Piper's phone goes off too, and then mine.
It's Asher,
Griffin announces. Dane's calling me, Piper says. And Jet's calling me, I add. Jackson's brows draw together.
Is this part of the Keegan connection, or?
We all share quizzical looks. This isn't exactly normal, I tell him. They probably don't know we're all here together. Griffin answers his phone first, then Piper. I swipe my phone on to talk to Jet, and his rough bass fills my ear.
Bella, this isn't how I wanted to welcome you home to Bayshore,
he says. There's something in his tone that makes dread curdle in my gut. Unexpected phone calls always give me a little ping of anxiety, since that's how I found out that my own parents had passed away when I was young. And given the seriousness in Jet's voice and the fact that the rest of the family is on the phone at the same time, I don't like this one bit. Hey, is everything okay? I glance nervously at Jackson, who's scooting closer, smoothing a hand over my knee. Jet sighs heavily, just as I see devastation cresting the faces of Piper and Griffin on their own phone calls. I'm almost crying before he even says the words.
There was a fire at the bakery today,
he said, his voice tight.
Mom was inside when it happened. Can you come to the hospital?
My throat is tight, and I look over at Piper and Griffin with watery eyes. Griffin's resting his forehead in his hand, while Piper's sitting shocked, a hand over her mouth. Jackson squeezes my knee, and I find his concerned gaze waiting for mine. Yeah, I force out. We're on our way. Thank you for listening to A Fork in the Road, Book 5 in the Farm to Forking series, written by Ember Leigh. Narrated by Aaron Mallon and Alistair Hainsbridge, members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Home Cooked Books. Post-production by Kyle Gaffney. Cover design by Y'all That Graphic. For access to bonus scenes and the inside scoop on Ember Leigh's upcoming releases, sales, and giveaways, be sure to sign up for her newsletter at emberleighromance.com. Text and production copyright 2024 by Ember Leigh.